Chapter 743. He had just snuck out of the tavern when a figure appeared in front of him. The more Qin Jun thought about it, the more afraid he became. Lu Tianwen had made his move, and the Lu family had no path of retreat. They would think of ways to get rid of him. Thinking about the terrifying Lu Shengxiang, Qin Jun trembled. A sinister look flashed past Qin Jun's eyes. He suddenly thought about Lu Tianwen and felt that it was strange. There was such a huge movement in Purple Cuckoo City. Why did Lu Tianwen not have any reaction? Ghost Face Mask was still far from the list of powerhouses. He could not wait any longer. He decided to go back and report. It was a false alarm, but for such a huge matter, it would be a huge loss if he delayed it by a day. What we need now is time. Tang Tian thought for a moment, then asked Nietio, "If we have a month, how strong can we be?" Everyone kept quiet, but the disbelief on their faces did not fade. But seeing that Tang Tian did not refute him, everyone became suspicious. Are all of their talents that strong? Nietio's 1 month was definitely not without reason, and most likely he already has a plan. If Lu Tianwen were to take action, what would the Lu family do? Qin Jun's first thought was of Ghost Face Mask, but he quickly denied it. Ghost Face Mask's strength was not weak, but that was all. Killing Wei Han, Mu Zhe, and the archer unit was shocking, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Impossible. The broken mountain peaks, the collapsed rocks, the large craters, everything showed that there had been a huge battle. Learning the air shield is easy, but considering that we might be fighting in the air, the difficulty of forming formations in the air will be higher, so the training time will be extended. Nietio's tone did not have any emotions. The first slash of the heavy demonic execution is easier to handle. Although the training of formations is new, but we have been training in formations for a long time, and will be able to adapt very quickly. But adding everything together, the time will not be short. That was what Qin Jun did not understand. Unless they were not afraid of his revenge, or if they had someone backing them up, or if they knew that their situation was not good. Qin Jun had been thinking about this problem for the past few days, and it was the biggest doubt in his heart. The undulations of laws lingered in the air, seeing the undamaged Echo Hill Castle. Qin Jun guessed that Lu Tianwen had already brought the Shui family away. I think that Ghost Face Mask has been killed, although I did not see his corpse, but it is the most logical result. Qin Jun, who was suspicious by nature, disappeared into the night like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. This seemingly absurd conjecture continuously devoured Lu Ling Nan's heart. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Who could it be? The others were in complete disbelief. There was so much content, and even they felt that it was difficult to achieve. Learning everything in a month. What a joke! In front of Su Yi and the rest, Nietio said honestly, would the Lu family not be jealous of the Qin family's null division prisoners? Lu Shengxiang might not be jealous, but who could guarantee that Lu Tianwen would not be jealous? Can Ghost Face Mask fight against Qin Jun? In his eyes, the Purple Cuckoo City in the distance was like a monster that could devour anyone at any time, with danger lurking everywhere. Now that he was the only one left in the Qin family, he absolutely could not act so rashly. However, as the 4 races changed sides, Lu Ling sensed a trace of unease. It doesn't make sense. This is definitely not a good time to rely on Ghost Face Mask. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the 4 great clans had destroyed the Qin clan. He had been wondering who the 4 great clans' backer was. Now that I understand, it is even more strange. Why do the 4 families think that Ghost Face Mask can be their backer? Lu Tianwen took action. Nietio spoke frankly with assurance. With a thought, he quietly flew towards the Echo Hill Castle. A martial artist on the list of powerhouses, the strongest martial artists in the Xin domain. he can fight against Lu Tian won. Niet Xiu's tone remained calm, as though he was speaking of an extremely ordinary matter, just like how he understood them. They also understood the Qin family, and they knew that the Qin family was supported by Qin Zhen. As long as Qin Zhen was not dead, they would definitely not dare to take action against the Qin family. A conservative estimate, 1 month. Niet Xiu said. His own situation did not change. He knew where the Lu family's bottom line was and never challenged it. Qin Zhen's thoughts had always been on the Qin family, and he did not have any enemies. To be able to give Su Yi and the rest such confidence, they definitely had to be a martial artist on the list of powerhouses, and he had to be ranked higher than him. Only then would the cowards dare to make such a move. Along the way, I did not see Lu Tian when escorting the Xue family. Qin Zhen suddenly thought of a possibility. The Lu family might not be his opponent, but Lu Tian might not. Lu Tian, Wen's temperament was eccentric, ruthless, and extreme, and could do anything. If Lu Tian had a sinister person like Su Yi by his side, it would be hard to say. Who could it be? They dare. If that's the case, then everything can be explained. Qin Zhen's face congealed. Could they be colluding with the Lu family? Qin Zhen shook his head again. The Purple Cuckoo City did not have any meaning to the Lu family. The two cities were not adjacent to each other, and between them was Sharp Wind City. Furthermore, if the Lu family truly has enmity with the Qin family, they will not let me return. They are definitely waiting for me. Maybe they have already set up an ambush and are waiting for me to bump into them. He could only vaguely remember the rough location of the Echo Hill Castle, and following the directions, when he flew to the Echo Hill Castle, it was empty. But Qin Zhen's gaze did not land on the Echo Hill Castle, but swept across its surroundings. Tang Tian asked directly, "What ideas do you have?" There were high and low talents in humans, and to randomly pick a group of people and ask them to comprehend law threads in such a short period of time. And when he knew that the four families were actually welcoming Ghost Face Mask and the Xue family into Purple Cuckoo City, Lu Lingnan felt that something was amiss. But he did not think too much about it. How could Ghost Face Mask kill Lu Tianwen? What a joke! He just thought that maybe Lu Tianwen was just playing around. There wasn't a single person in the clan who didn't have a headache when it came to this uncle of theirs. However, his strength was extraordinarily high, so everyone could only pinch their noses and accept it. There was only one possibility left. They had someone backing them up. Ghost Face Mask is definitely not Lu Tianwen's opponent. He must have been killed. Qin Zhen understood his city rivals very well. Ben Sun was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. Victor was quick-witted and ever-changing. Roland Su was the most decisive. Su Yi was talented, but at the same time, he understood their weaknesses. Even if Wei Han, Mu Zhe, and Qin Zizhen's archer unit were completely destroyed, they would not dare to touch the Qin family. That old man Lu Shengxiang's strength was even more terrifying. When the four clans destroyed the Qin clan, he was just watching the show and gloating. No matter what happened to Purple Cuckoo City, the Lu family had nothing to do with it, and Lu Lingnan was eager to see them fight to the death. But he was only surprised by the four clans' confidence and boldness. Qin Zhen was a martial artist on the list of powerhouses, and his strength seemed to have a breakthrough. Qin Zhen looked at the rainbow in the sky above Purple Cuckoo City, his face becoming even colder. He never thought that she would actually break free from the bewitching jade illusion. Lu Tianwen, taking the initiative to attack, to mess up the situation, and increase the time for the Lu family to react. Qin Zhen racked his brains, but could not think of anything that Su Yi and the rest could rely on. But at the same time, he knew that the four clans did not come to the Qin family impulsively. If it was one person, it might be impulsive, but for the four of them to do it together, he did not believe it. Lu Lingnan quietly snuck out of the inn. He planned to leave under the cover of the night. That is the easiest thing to do. Niet Xiu's tone remained calm, without the slightest bit of anger from being doubted. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, he gave a strong proof. The 65 soldiers from before, all of them gained enlightenment on law threads, and all of them did not take more than 2 days. I am the most important existence in the Qin family. As long as I am here, the Qin family will continue to exist. How long do we need? Tang Tian asked. Now that Master Gu Shui has broken through, adding Han Bingning, a Maori, the formation, and the elites of the 4 families, as long as we defend, even if Lu Tianwen attacks, we will not be at a disadvantage. Although I do not know if Qin Zhen is stronger or weaker than Lu Tianwen, but if they are on the same level, it should not be a problem. Gain enlightenment on law? Everyone. That's not realistic. Su Yi could not resist, but cut in. The rest were also puzzled. Niet Xiu said calmly. The sudden guess caused him to tremble. The rainbow above Purple Cuckoo City caused Qin Zhen to lose his confidence. After experiencing the initial rage, Qin Zhen, who had calmed down, was filled with suspicions, and the mastermind behind the scenes made him feel a chill down his spine. What a joke, although it is not difficult to gain enlightenment on law threads, but in such a short period of time, to let everyone gain enlightenment on law threads. If not for Master Ghost Face Mask's trust in Niet Xiu, they would have suspected that he was an amateur. If that's the case, then Uncle Tianwen. Could it be that Lu Tian, when is truly in Purple Cuckoo City? The 4 families had been unhappy with the Qin family for a long time, but Qin Zhen had never cared about them. So what? Would they dare? But he quickly reacted. Why is it impossible? What if Ghost Face Mask is truly stronger than Qin Zhen? If Ghost Face Mask is truly stronger than Qin Zhen, then Uncle Tian won. The newly freed soldiers need to learn the heavy demonic execution and the air shield to gain enlightenment on laws and train in formations. All of these require time. If we are able to complete all of these, we will become extremely strong. The Lu family will definitely not blame Lu Tianwen. They will only take the chance to swallow me up. The more Qin Zhen thought about it, the more afraid he became. That's right, Lu Tianwen is definitely waiting for me to walk into their trap. Su Yi and the rest did not believe it. Tang Tian seemed to understand. Then how do we delay the Lu family? Lu Lingnan's face changed. Tai Xia. Qin Zhen calmed down. He suddenly realized that he actually did not know anything about what was happening in Purple Cuckoo City. What exactly happened to actually make Su Yi and the rest dare to attack the Qin family? We do not have that much time. Victor spoke out. Qin Zhen is a suspicious person without understanding the situation in the city. He will definitely not appear. But he will definitely hide in the shadows or have other methods. And the Lu family, Lu Tian, Wen's death cannot be hidden for long. If in another 10 days the Lu family does not receive any news of Lu Tianwen, they will definitely be suspicious. Even if we include this period of time, it will definitely not exceed 20 days. Chapter 744. The Qin clan has been eyeing the Shui clan for Li Zhigong's inheritance. Li Zhigong had stayed in the Shui residence for a period of time. He did not have any children and disappeared after that. Su Yi said, but the Qin family has never found Li Zhigong's inheritance. They had already rummaged through the Shui residence's heavy demonic execution, but they still couldn't find Li Zhigong's inheritance. I suspect that the Lu family also wants to buy the Shui family because of Li Zhigong's inheritance. Hearing this, Tang Tian almost blurted out the Demon's 6 seals. Build a mansion and open a city? Tang Tian was even more confused. What he didn't expect was that Tang Tian agreed, without hesitation. What was even more unexpected was that he was asked to go. Of course, on the surface, it looked like a suggestion, Niet Xiu's suggestion, but it was no different from a roll call. How could he reject it? Su Yi looked at Tang Tian's strange expression and was surprised. "Master, this is—" "My lord, you must never mention this to anyone else in the future." "Absolutely not." Su Yi was surprised at Nie Qiu's eyesight, although the blind man could not see, but he was still powerful. Su Ye's voice was trembling. He had sunk into an indescribable excitement. "Where do we start?" Tang Tian asked lazily. Tang Tian rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "My heavenly demon 6 seals was comprehended from the Shui residence's heavy demonic execution." "Yes." Su Ye's face was filled with yearning and respect. Ancestor Li was the first sage to gain enlightenment. When the various families first entered the Sin domain, their strengths were all crippled, and they suffered heavy casualties. It was said that in the past, Ancestor Li witnessed the blood of the various races flowing like rivers, becoming lambs for the beast to prey on. His heart was filled with sorrow. He walked alone to the peak of the mountain, meditated for 3 days, and finally gained enlightenment on the Tao of Sin domain laws. That day, he leaped down from the peak of the mountain and brought the various races to a valley. He guarded the valley entrance alone. That day, the wild beasts that Ancestor Li killed also flowed like rivers of blood. Then he walked around the various clans and passed down the Tao of laws. Rumor has it that Ancestor Li doesn't use weapons and uses hand seals as his enemies. Sometimes he smiles, and sometimes he goes crazy. How do we make the demon 6 seals reappear in Sin domain? For ordinary people, fighting was too far away from them. Life was what they had to face every day. A sensational victory was enough to bring the demon 6 seals back into everyone's sights. Su Yi was already prepared for this. The Lu family sold the Null Division prisoners to the Qin family, and when Qin Zhen was buying the Null Division prisoners in Galloping Horse City, the Lu family did not stop them, showing that they do not have any ambitions towards the Null Division prisoners. Although we don't know the reason, we can pretend to be the other party. Tang Tian was confused by what he heard. Tang Tian came to a realization and asked with a strange expression, "Wait, did you just say that Li Zhigong relied on hand seals?" "This is good." Tang Tian's eyes lit up, but he immediately had some doubts. "But I haven't seen Li Zhigong's inheritance. How can I act like it?" That's right, in Tang Tian's understanding, it meant going around. With his level, he could only think of running to the Lu family, setting fire to the manor, and then ambushing a few important elders. But the carriage was just a cover. The interior was luxurious, and the body of the carriage was not made of ordinary materials. It was extremely sturdy and had excellent soundproofing, so there was no need to worry about the people inside being heard by the driver outside. No wonder Master is so powerful. No wonder Master was able to kill Lu Tianwen. Su Yi felt as though someone had cast a technique on him. He was stunned, and after a few breaths of time, his face flushed red, as though he was drunk. To prove Master's identity, it is extremely simple. That is to let the demon 6 seals reappear in Sin domain. The other party? Tang Tian was puzzled. Regardless of whether Master was enlightened by himself or was taught by someone else, he had learned Ancestor Li's inheritance, so he was Ancestor Li's inheritor. What if I win a series of victories? The moment Master turned his head, he agreed without hesitation. The current Su family was already tied to the Master's war chariot, and if the war chariot were to succeed, the Su family would naturally play a part. But if the Master were to fail, then the Su family would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. The driver was an old driver with 20 years of experience. His talent was limited, but he was extremely meticulous with the flow of the wind. The carriage did not budge at all, and if not for the whistling sound of the wind outside, it would be difficult to sense that the carriage was flying. Could it be that the heavy demonic execution truly contains Li Zhigong's consummate technique? Why did Qin Zhen and the rest not notice anything? All of his doubts seemed to have been resolved at this moment. He did not know how powerful the Ursa Major null division was, but as the inheritor of ancestor Li, it was definitely a golden and dazzling signboard. If the Lu family is truly going for Li Zhigong's inheritance, then they will definitely have a reaction. Su Yi said, compared to Master, who is Li Zhigong's inheritor, the Shui family's importance will be greatly reduced. Like that, we can delay Lu Tianwen's news for a period of time. And Master can use the Li family's inheritance as a condition to let the Lu family come out and purchase the null division prisoners. He forced himself to calm down. He had initially prepared for the Master to disguise as Ancestor Li's inheritor, and all of his plans were for that. But now that he knew that the Master was Ancestor Li's inheritor, the situation had a qualitative change. Tang Tian curiously observed for a while, then retracted his gaze. He had some enlightenment in his mind, regardless of whether it was Heaven's Road, Sacred Saint Galaxy, or Sin Domain. The martial techniques system was different, but their tentacles extended into the various industries of the people. That was probably why they were able to last for so long. Sounds interesting. Tang Tian felt that it was interesting, as expected, with such a smart person by his side. It would save him a lot of trouble. If it were him, he would not be able to think of such a convoluted idea. A challenge. Su Yi, who had calmed down, started to think quickly. Master's hand seals. Su Yi was slightly pleased. Master might not know, but in the past, Li Zhigong relied on 6 strange and unfathomable hand seals to become the champion. This subordinate saw the hand seals that Master used to save Master Gu Shui, and thus thought of this idea. There was a qualitative change in the situation, but the entire plan only required a small change. Previously, his plan was to make Master's identity as Ancestor Li's inheritor ambiguous and not be exposed. But now, he needed Master's identity to be recognized. Su Yi explained further. We released the signal saying that we ambushed the Qin family because of the null division prisoners. And now that we have become the true controllers of Purple Cuckoo City, the Galloping Horse City is most likely waiting for a good price. As for why we need so many prisoners, it is because we want to build a city. On the road, Su Yi had always been secretly observing Tang Tian. He was still unfamiliar with this master ghost face mask. Tang Tian listened to him excitedly as though he was listening to a story and continued to urge. And then, Su Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and shouted to the coachman outside. Change of path. We are going to East Immortal City. Master can disguise as Li Zhigong's inheritor. Su Ye's eyes flickered with light. Master might not know, but in Sin Domain, the grade of inheritance usually signifies status and resources. Qin Zhan is already the most talented person in the history of the Qin family, but he is only ranked 42 on the list of powerhouses. Purple Cuckoo City is also at the bottom of the 17 cities in Sin Domain. The reason why the Lu family is so interested in the Shui family is most likely because of Li Zhigong's inheritance. Galloping Horse City is the neighbor of the 4 main cities, but its position and reputation is far from the 4 main cities. Lu Shengxiang is an ordinary man, but his heart is not small, and he wants to bring the Lu family to greater heights. A carriage flew in the sky. The driver was an old hand. The carriage was extremely stable. The wind law threads produced countless of fine breezes that wrapped around the carriage as it moved forward. Wind law was the most commonly seen law, and its greatest use was to fly. Being a coachman was the most common job for martial artists who majored in wind laws, and every trading company required a large number of coachmen. Su Yi dared to confirm that as long as this identity was revealed, it would definitely cause an uproar in Sin Domain, and countless people would move upon hearing it. Yes, Su Yi scoffed. When we searched through the records of the Qin family, we realized that they had always been searching for something. This matter has to start from the beginning. When the various families were exiled to Sin Domain, they lived miserable lives. But the inheritances that had a long history usually had their own unique understanding of laws. The first to complete the inheritance were 5 families. These 5 families were the ones with the longest histories out of all the families that were exiled. 4 of the families had already built their own cities and occupied the richest land, which is the current 4 main cities. And the other family only had 1 person, but that person's entire family perished, so he became the target that the other families fought to rope in. His name was Li Zhigong, and not only was he the first to gain enlightenment on laws, his strength was publicly acknowledged to be the first. Before he left, he had absorbed a large amount of life origin essence. Although the life origin essence did not directly transform into origin force, but continued to strengthen his body, but the strengthened body still produced a large amount of origin force. The origin force continued to accumulate in his body, but he had nowhere to release it and was currently surging to the point that it was about to gush out. His every movement was extremely careful, as though he was a lion that had eaten its fill, and was extremely lazy. According to Nietzsche, the master needed someone who was familiar with the local environment as a guide, and Victor was a good choice, but he was injured by Qinzhen and had yet to recover, so the intelligent Su Yi became the best candidate. After breaking through, Gu Shui's strength was extremely powerful, and in the Sin domain where strength was respected, although one's family background was seen as important, but in front of strength, all of that was just fleeting clouds. Calling Gu Shui master made Su Yi completely convinced. Su Yi did not know why Tang Tian would agree to Nietzsche's risky suggestion. He even felt that such a risky suggestion should not have come from a subordinate's mouth. Such a dangerous thing could be done by a subordinate, but not by the leader. Yes, a glint flashed past Su Ye's eyes. Now that the news of the Qin family being destroyed has spread, the Lu family will definitely know about it, but they will definitely not think that it was us who did it, and will suspect a third party. We only need to disguise ourselves as this third party and run to the Galloping Horse City and wantonly purchase the Null Division prisoners. Chapter 745. Han Bingning ignored him and distributed the copy of the Blood Bear. Draw according to this. Purple Cuckoo City was at the tip of the crescent moon in the east. Not only was it close to the mountains, it was also close to the sea and was truly a dangerous place. The Null Division had all sunk into silence. All of their faces were green and red. All of the upright lupus people had veins popping out on their necks. That's right, as Sir's subordinates, they actually needed Sir to rescue them. They actually needed Sir to take the risk to fight for training time for them. A Maori's scalp went numb. He could tell that Han Bingning was really angry for Master to be able to be so young and have such outstanding talent, and also possess a top-grade inheritance. Lu Tian is definitely not Master's final destination. A powerful leader, a powerful army, an unparalleled reputation. Who can stop the Master? He really didn't have any opinions. He didn't care about such details at all. Furthermore, in Leo constellation, the flag personally bestowed by the Lion King was a supreme honor. Furthermore, the flag came from the Master's hands. Su Ye's pale face revealed an abnormal flush of red. His eyes were as bright as stars. Utter humiliation. It seemed to be right beside his ear. Han Bingning looked at the newly embroidered Blood Bear black flag, and could not help but think about the battle at the West Street, the young man with the ghost face mask who carried the flag and shouted, "Ursa Major Null Division, Han Bingning, return!" Su Yi was extremely excited, and had been racking his brains for the past 2 days, trying his best to plan for Tang Tian. From the moment he stepped into the Sin domain, Tang Tian had a stomach full of fire. His subordinates had been turned into prisoners, and all he needed to do was return them. Naive. Did everyone suffer for nothing? Tang Tian planned to settle the score with them when the time came. A sword was pressed against his neck, and the cold blade made his hair stand on end. He heard Han Bingning's murderous voice. "You said it's ugly?" The Sin domain's 17 cities were distributed within. The 4 great cities were located in the center of the crescent moon, where the terrain was wide and fertile. Since this place was the first to be developed, the flat terrain left no place for wild beasts to hide, making it the safest place. Gain reputation? Tang Tian was stunned. After thinking for the past few days, he suddenly realized that the Sin domain had a new opportunity. If not for Ancestor Li's inheritor, Master and his null division would be considered outsiders to the Sin domain, and would definitely not be able to gain the trust of the majority of the families in the Sin domain. But Master is the inheritor of Ancestor Li. The situation is completely different. Master has an extremely deep relationship with the Sin domain, and can greatly reduce the hostility of the various families. During the Second Battle of West Street, she had followed behind Tang Tian, followed behind the flag, and when she saw the ugly blood bear on the black flag fluttering in the wind, she had made the decision at that time to keep the flag as the null division flag. Tang Tian snorted coldly. "Attract their attention? It's okay. Even if they don't look for me, I still want to look for them. I will definitely beat them down, one by one." She remembered how she felt at that time. If she didn't force herself to not let Darlene and the others see her weakness, tears would have flowed out of her eyes. Master's identity is noble, but he is willing to take the risk for his own subordinates. Such a ruler will definitely receive the support of others. But there will definitely be people who disapprove of Master at that moment. Master only needs to send out the army. With the army, those people will naturally, obediently hand over Master's subordinates. If they wanted to go to Galloping Horse City, they should first pass through Sharp Wind City and then follow the coastline to the west, and that would be Galloping Horse City. Su Yi changing to East Immortal City was his plan. We need to seize the time to become stronger. We should not let Master save us. As subordinates, as Master's direct subordinate army, this is a disgrace. Our current training time is all because Master risked his life to fight for it for us. This is a disgrace. That's right. Master said that he is the inheritor of Ancestor Li, so naturally no one will believe him. Then what should we do? We need to let everyone believe that we will continue to challenge all the famous experts, and as long as Master wins, Master's Demon Six Seals will become more and more famous, and then Master's request will change everyone's mind. Master is the inheritor of Ancestor Li, and has many ferocious generals under him, and will definitely become a great ruler in the future. So many people will place their bets on Master. Even if they are not willing to rely on Master, they will not make things difficult for the prisoners, and Master can use benefits to exchange. And without moving a single soldier, you can redeem many of your subordinates. Everyone looked at each other. The closest cities to Purple Cuckoo City were East Immortal City and Sharp Wind City. East Immortal City was at the northwest of Purple Cuckoo City, while Sharp Wind City was at the southwest of Purple Cuckoo City. "My drawing is not bad, right?" Amari said happily. "It looks better than Crazy Tang." Su Yi even saw the hope of unifying the Sin domain. Lu Tian, Wen's ranking was not worthy of the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor, and would only make a fool of himself. Only with a higher ranking, an even more dazzling existence, could the entire Sin domain crawl under Master's feet. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm. Once Master wins a few battles, no one in the Sin domain will dare to go against Master's orders. All of Master's subordinates will return to Master's side. Master will ultimately have to take a bigger risk. Su Yi explained, because once Master's identity as Ancestor Li's inheritor is exposed, it will also attract the greed of others. They will definitely think of ways to obtain Ancestor Li's inheritance from Master. Master will encounter danger at any time. And following the rise of Master's reputation, it will most likely attract the attention of the top-grade martial artists. If it is just to spread his name, he can just announce Lu Tian, Wen's death to the world. But with that, Lu Shengxiang will definitely disregard everything and attack. And in this period of time, Master's strength will soar by leaps and bounds. Why not leave some time as a buffer? Master can first find a few people to warm up and have a higher chance of winning against Lu Shengxiang. The title of Ancestor Li's inheritor was definitely one of the strongest signboards in the Xin domain. More importantly, Master's null division. Su Yi saw another kind of strength in the null division, and as long as he allowed Master to gather his subordinates, no one would be stronger than him. There was no need for any other words. The null division started to train fervently, as though every single one of them were risking their lives. The Xue family's weavers were extremely skilled, and very quickly they finished embroidering the blood bear black flag. What weakness? Tang Tian immediately asked, until Han Bingning spoke out. Amari could not resist, and said, "Don't tell me you truly want to use such an ugly bear as our null division's flag." This subordinate has been thinking for the past 2 days. There are many changes that need to be made to our previous plans. Since Master has inherited Ancestor Li's inheritance, Master's identity as Ghost Face Mask can be maintained. Furthermore, we can openly ask for subordinates from the various families. The Lupus men all thought that Tang Tian was willing to die for glory, and the humiliation caused all of their hearts to bleed. Nietxiu, who was silently sensing the changes, realized that he needed to reevaluate the army. What's the use of that? Tang Tian did not care. The flag and mask, this subordinate specially asked them to send it over. Master's trip this time, we need to be open and above board, and have a good reason. Su Yi said solemnly, since we have decided to raise our reputation, we need to make a big commotion and do it that way. The current Xin domain that they had opened up was a long and narrow crescent-shaped region that extended from east to west. On one side of the crescent was an endless mountain range, while the other side was an endless blue sea. He did not know if it was the right thing to do, but it was the best plan he could think of. In such a difficult time, in such a dangerous time, in such a desperate time, the figure carrying the flag, the pride and disdain in his eyes, had awoken her hope. Su Yi finally understood Nietxiu's feelings. It was not that they did not want to design a safer plan, but because the Master was too strong. And in the plan, the Master would always become the most important part. Purple Cuckoo City. Tang Tian's eyes lit up when he heard it. He could hear that Su Ye's plan had a high possibility of success. Compared to fighting them one by one, Su Ye's plan was much more powerful. His drawing was truly better than Tang Tian's. At least one could tell that it was a normal bear. When everyone knew that the ugly graffiti-like flag was what the Master had used to save Han Bingning, the entire Null Division agreed. Hearing how the Master had taken the risk alone, hearing how arrogant and tyrannical the Master was, the entire Null Division was fired up. If possible, it is best for all of you to participate in the training. Amari suddenly spoke to everyone. His expression was serious. We will definitely leave the Xin domain. If all of you are able to assimilate into the army earlier, it will be beneficial for all of you in the future. Seeing that, the others could only stand up. After that, he felt that his imposing manner was too weak, and added, "Don't you need to ask for the opinions of others? We will do as you say." Tang Tian said without hesitation, "This is the first step." Su Yi said happily. After 2 days of bitter thinking, his plan was continuously perfected. At this time, everyone will definitely ignore the Master. But no matter, we will start to raise our reputation. The blood bear black flag looked exactly like Tang Tian's drawing, but after a new embroidery, the flagpole was changed to an even stronger profound iron pole, and it looked more imposing. Su Yi was hesitant. He looked at Tang Tian and said, "This plan has a flaw." Tang Tian looked at the newly embroidered blood bear black flag, and his face twitched. Don't you guys know how to redraw it? A Maori raised both of his arms without hesitation. I'll listen to you. We can do that. Tang Tian's eyes opened wide. His face was filled with shock. Su Ye's words had opened a new window for him. Just at that moment, a carriage flew over from behind. The coachman brought over the blood bear black flag and the ghost face mask. I will participate. Gu Shui was the first to stand up. She could feel that the group of people supported Tang Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Nie Chiu laughed. His confidence was at an unprecedented high. A Maori did not know that he would be proud of his words for many years to come. Such a plan would always be an irresistible temptation. If it was in the past, he would definitely not have come up with such a plan, because the entire plan was completely betting on the master alone. Betting on the master being able to endure the pressure, betting on the master being able to become stronger through the series of challenges. Tang Tian laughed, his fighting spirit soaring. Haha, don't worry. If the Ice Mountain Girl is truly angry, she can do anything. Su Ye's words surprised Tang Tian. He asked curiously, They will return it? Roland, Su, and the rest, who witnessed the change, all sucked in cold breaths. What kind of subordinates are they? I'm afraid they won't. Su Yi laughed. Although Ancestor Li gave grace to the Sin domain in the past, but it has been a long time, and I reckon that not many people will acknowledge that debt. But it doesn't matter with that. We will have a good reason to attack. Ancestor Li's inheritor went out to sea and encountered a storm, but the subordinates will be divided by everyone, and we will have to ask for compensation from the various families. That is natural. Han Bingning turned his head. Nie Chiu seemed to know that Han Bingning was looking at him, and chuckled. I don't have any objections. Master, you should spend the next few days in closed-door training. Su Yi said softly. When we reach East Immortal City, I'm afraid it will be a series of bitter battles. Chapter 746. Su Yi laughed. That's right, and I'm afraid that they have already found out about us. East Immortal City has 3 families, the Su family, the Yu family, and the Song family. The strongest is the Su family. Su Xiangdong is an introverted and low-profile man, and rarely steps out of East Immortal City, and is ranked 48th on the list of powerhouses. I'm afraid that he is intentionally underestimating us. An infamous person who could stop babies from crying at night. In the smoke screen, a wisp of cold strength chi attacked again. Tang Tian was not afraid. His arm that was hanging down slashed upwards. Executing the heavens silently swept past, colliding with the cold energy, causing the tyrannical energy contained in executing the heavens to explode out. Su Xiangdong's hand that was holding the bitter fruit to his mouth stopped, revealing a look of surprise. Where's Qin Zhen? He felt that Su Ye's method was good, but it was slightly roundabout and was not as straightforward as directly killing his way in. Such a pity. If it was in Ursa Major constellation, they would directly send an army over and see who would dare to not hand it over. Su Xiangdong waved his hand, and old he bowed and retreated. On the rattan chair, Su Xiangdong closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, his mouth revealing a cold smile. He was different from Qin Zhen, who was in the limelight. Su Xiangdong was an expert in concealing his strength and biding his time. East Immortal City was a small city, and the Su family was not a big family. Su Xiangdong was barely able to squeeze into the list of powerhouses and was ranked 48th behind Qin Zhen. If it was said that a B-grade infamous person was just a first-rate expert, then an A-grade infamous person could squeeze into the list of powerhouses. How many families have received this letter? But the resistance from his palm caused his body to become sluggish. At the moment when he rushed out from the smoke, he realized that his hand blade had actually entered a large net. Countless of black mist churned like black worms, frantically gnawing at the transparent palm print. Su Ye's face turned white. Life and death, they mutually countered each other. but the palm print that contained an extremely pure life force was actually unable to move the net of death. The aura of death was too dense. Like a raging wave, the two parties were not on the same level. Death thread? Tang Tian heard Su Ye's exclamation, but he did not have the time to think. The net in front of him was extremely strange. The power of executing the heavens was extremely dense, but upon hitting the black net, it actually dissipated into nothingness. Moreover, the wisps of black fog were like wriggling worms, desperately trying to burrow into his skin. The law of life and death was one of the three great fundamental laws, but the number of people who cultivated it was the least. Life and death were impermanent, and the changes in the laws of life and death were the most bizarre and unpredictable. There were even fewer people who cultivated the death laws alone, because the dense death energy would unwittingly corrode a person's vitality. Even cultivators could not escape it. That was why most cultivators would train in both life and death, using their life force to counteract the corrosion of death. And Su Ye's seal of life and death was the same. Tang Tian's aura suddenly changed. Even smart people can be fooled. Lao He laughed. The Qin clan has fallen. Old He said with certainty, the 4 clans have joined forces and destroyed the Qin clan. We do not know the details, but many people saw Ghost Face Mask and the Shui family entering the city, and Su Yi and the rest were extremely respectful. Old He said, in a moment of desperation, he could not care about anything else. His left hand formed the grasping flower seal. In the inn. Hard to say. Old He thought for a moment. Ancestor Li gave grace to the various families in the past, and every once in a while, there would be some swindlers that would come out and use it to gain benefits. I have never heard of Ghost Face Mask's relationship with Ancestor Li, and only heard that he is the leader of the Ursa Major Null Division. This should be true, but this old servant has never heard of the Null Division of Ursa Major constellation, and after asking around, no one knows about it. Ancestor Li's inheritor is too strange. I think he knows that it will be difficult to get his subordinates back, and is using the tiger's skin as a banner. All of the hairs on Tang Tian's body stood. An intense sense of danger surged in his mind. The heavy demonic execution was useless against the death aura, and his hand was tightly bound and could not move. But upon encountering a person who trained in death laws, he had to be careful, because such an enemy usually meant that he was powerful. Furthermore, he Exion's ferocious name, in the circle that trained in life and death laws, was definitely at the peak. This old servant will see how capable he is tonight. Old He replied respectfully. He immediately understood why he was able to sense the other party before the master. It was because the other party trained in death laws, and the dense death aura made him feel it. The death line was the most famous technique of death laws. It was formed from the densest death aura, and could unknowingly corrode life force. This ghost face mask has some standards. I wonder what kind of bewitching potion he fed them. They are truly crazy. Su Xiangdong said lazily. He is most likely a swindler, Ancestor Li's inheritor. Could it be that Su Yi was scared by him? Wasn't it said that he is extremely astute? His body was extremely tyrannical and was the strongest weapon. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the net. The messy dead lines twisted strangely, and a horrifying human face appeared on the net. The human face was ugly and sinister. It opened its mouth, and a black mist surged out, as though there were countless of vengeful spirits wailing and howling inside. Su Xiangdong, who was half-dressed, reclined on the rattan chair, chewing on the bitter fruit. The bitter fruit was a fruit from a shrub. It had a thick and chewy skin, but the taste was extremely bitter, and the juice was as black as ink. Thus it was called the bitter fruit. Su Xiangdong loved to eat the bitter fruit, and it was not a secret in East Immortal City. All of the prisoners have good qualities, and what's rarer is their loyalty. Su Xiangdong said slowly, although I am not interested in Ghost Face Mask, But the bitter fruit is a good thing. Qin Jun spent so much effort. There must be a lot of prisoners in Purple Cuckoo City, right? Tang Tian moved with his blade, wanting to slice the enemy in half. They should have received the letter. Tang Tian was eager to give it a try. It is very impressive. Purple Cuckoo City is by the sea, and we have picked up over 400 prisoners, adding the 200 sent by the Liu family. That is over 600. He knew what the patriarch was planning, but he had to admit that it was an enticement that no one could resist. Tonight, we will go and probe Ghost Face Mask. Su Xiangdong said, "Who knows, we can take the chance to swallow Purple Cuckoo City." Just at that moment, the human face was like an illusion in the water. It suddenly flashed and opened its mouth to bite towards Tang Tian's hand blade. A thread of cold qi clashed with Tang Tian's hand blade. Bang, it suddenly exploded, and the wall in front of Tang Tian instantly exploded, countless of rocks flying everywhere. If it was any other ordinary person, their first reaction would be to retreat. The rocks that exploded were like arrows, and with the dust and smoke in front of them blocking their vision, they would not be able to see the enemy clearly, and retreating would be the best choice. Tang Tian was startled, but he immediately reacted and sensed a thread of qi. His figure suddenly flashed and appeared in the corner like a ghost, his hand blade piercing into the wall, and the sturdy wall was pierced through like tofu. Su Xiangdong chewed on the bitter fruit, the black juice staining his teeth black, but he did not care, and asked, "What's the news from Purple Cuckoo City?" But Su Xiangdong's expression did not seem to care about Qin Jun. "Ha ha ha! Qin Jun is going to cry now. How can we endure it?" Su Xiangdong's tone was filled with schadenfreude. "No matter what, we should at least wipe out the 4 families." Su Yi was strong, but compared to Qin Jun, he was still lacking. "That's not right. I have seen Su Yi before. He is not a fool. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Aren't they afraid that Qin Jun will deal with them later? He was in Galloping Horse City." He spoke respectfully. "It is said that he had a secret deal with the Liu family. The Liu family gave 200 Null Division prisoners to Qin Jun, and the Qin family sold the Shui family to the Liu family. This matter had caused a huge ruckus in Purple Cuckoo City. The Shui family had sought help from various families, but no one dared to help them. Qin Jun went to Galloping Horse City to visit Liu Shengxiang, but he had always been in contact with other families wanting to purchase more Null Division prisoners, and had already reached an agreement with a few families. The Liu family didn't object either." Su Ye's face completely changed. The dense death aura surged out. Until now, when the death puppet appeared, the other party's identity was obvious. Death Puppeteer, Hexin, an A-class outlaw from 10 years ago. "I'm afraid we don't need to kill our way over." Suya's gaze suddenly turned cold. If he had fought steadily, the current Qin family would definitely be in a different situation. He stood at the side respectfully. "There are 3 families. Our family, the Yu family, and the Song family. Our family has 66 prisoners. The Yu family has 32, and the Song family has 23. East Immortal City was close to the mountains and not the sea, and thus the number of prisoners they had was far less than Purple Cuckoo City." Suyi did not hesitate at all. The life force in his body surged. His palm became transparent like a crystal, and he struck out at the death wire net. A transparent palm print impressively appeared on the net. "Then when do we kill our way over?" Tang Tian asked anxiously. It was as though the black smoke had converged to form lines, interweaving in front of him like a spider web. A few extremely fine black lines coiled around his palm like vines. All the way to his wrist, they were all tightly bound. Tang Tian tried his best to retract them, but realized that he could not move. The black lines were extremely sturdy, and they seemed to have a unique method to dissolve Tang Tian's power. That's true. The more shrewd a person is, the easier it is to fall for it. That means Purple Cuckoo City has fallen into Ghost Face Mask's hands? Su Xiangdong thought. Su Yi finally saw it clearly, and his face changed. Death wire. Death puppet. Savage He Xian. Old, do you think his identity as Ancestor Li's inheritor is true or false? Su Xiangdong suddenly asked. Tang Tian did not retreat, but instead lowered his head like a raging bull. He welcomed the explosion and smashed into the smoke screen. Yes, Old, he replied respectfully, but there are rumors that the Purple Cuckoo City had a strange phenomenon. A rainbow pierced through the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone said that there was a powerful martial artist who gained enlightenment. Qin Zhen left the Galloping Horse City, but has not revealed himself. Qin Zhen is a suspicious person, and without knowing the situation, he will definitely not make a move and will only watch from the shadows. The ambusher did not expect Tang Tian's hand blade to contain such terrifying power, and suffered a loss. All of the Null Division prisoners were of high quality, and as long as they could groom them into servants, the Su family's strength would definitely soar. Qin Zhen's plan was great, but it was a pity that he was too rash and overestimated his control over the Purple Cuckoo City, and thus ended up with such a bitter outcome. Chapter 747. All of the puppets looked like machines, but their speed was as fast as lightning, and their movements were not restricted by the human body, as all of their joints could move at will. The formless spirit seal had raised his intuition, and he had immediately sensed the abnormality. Su Yi snorted. I never thought that the Great East Immortal Pavilion would not be safe. But that's right, the death puppeteer, He Xian, you guys will not be able to stop him. The leader immediately replied, Thank you. Su Yi carefully searched for a moment, and finally relaxed. He did not sense He Xian's qi. Tang Tian snorted. He was not afraid, and welcomed the enemy with executing the heavens. A groan came out from afar. Su Yi could not help but shiver. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian did not move. His expression did not relax at all. Qi, Tang Tian's left hand, secretly formed a formless spirit seal, but he did not allow his qi to leak out, and everything around him was extremely clear. His intuition was extremely sharp. Other than Nietzsche, the talented fellow, Tang Tian had never found anyone who surpassed him in this aspect. The two fists clashed. The barrage of attacks caused Tang Tian to retreat step by step. He did not even have the chance to catch his breath. No need. Su Yi was getting impatient. How did you find out? The seal was like a flower. The death heart seed was born from the densest death aura, causing it to not have any death aura. Many people who were planted with the death heart seed would not be able to sense it. The most terrifying thing about the death heart seed was that upon being planted, as long as the target's state of mind was slightly relaxed, it would quietly seep into their state of mind and take root there. He trained in life and death laws, and was extremely sensitive to the undulations of death aura. If He Xian was still around, he would definitely be able to sense it, just like how he had sensed He Xian's presence. Tang Tian roared. He did not retreat, but advanced and pounced towards one of the puppets. A powerful force suddenly exploded out from Tang Tian's fist seal, and the death puppet was sent flying like a powerless puppet, crashing into the wall. The net formed by the death threads was like ink in water, disappearing into the darkness. But the death threads were extremely difficult to deal with. Upon being repelled, they became like snakes that were startled and pounced towards Tang Tian even more frantically. Weeping Sword Seal. Su Yi said with lingering fear. He's gone. Su Yi trained in life and death laws, and naturally knew of the changes between life and death. It was extremely profound and unfathomable. Life comes from death, and death from life. The denser the death aura, the greater the need for flesh and blood to nourish it. He Xian's law surface actually projected such a dense death aura, who knew how much flesh and blood it had devoured. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. His knife hand struck the leader's body as if he had defeated him. This person's body was sent flying like a sandbag, crashing heavily into the wall, leaving behind countless cracks as he was embedded in the wall. The power of Tang Tian's devil saber creation was so strong that it directly shattered the bones in this person's body, and the entire chest cavity completely collapsed. But at this time, the chest cavity returned to normal, and the shattered bones were as good as new, but the skin showed a terrible gray color. It was like a fist and a seal, but it was incomparably in line with Tang Tian's current state of mind. It was an indescribable feeling of contentment. Tang Tian felt a warm current flowing on the surface of his body. It was incomparably hot. His body was like a pot of boiling oil, surging incessantly. Su Yi and the guards of the inn were startled, but immediately all of them revealed looks of anger. A group of guards hurriedly barged in. Countless of Black Death auras surged out from his body. The Black Death aura quickly transformed into lines of death threads, and in the blink of the eye, the Black Death threads transformed into a large net that wrapped around the man's body tightly. I knew that I would not be able to escape Patriarch Su's discerning eyes. The entire wall collapsed with a loud rumble. The leader bowed and asked, "Can I take a look?" Tang Tian did not say anything. His gaze slowly swept across every corner of the courtyard, his movements extremely slow. Angry fist seal. Tang Tian immediately released his right palm. He did not have any techniques, nor did he require any techniques. Every fist of his was extremely heavy. Tang Tian's palm went numb. The strength of the opponent's fists was surprisingly strong. In that short period of time, a few figures pounced forward like lightning. The dense death aura, under the terrifying power, was shattered, and the puppet's body was completely shattered. The death aura that was shattered consumed a lot of energy and could no longer maintain the puppet. Grasping Flower Seal, out of the Demon Six Seals, it was the seal that Tang Tian was most familiar with. Bang! Just at that moment, Tang Tian did something that Su Yi would never have thought of doing. The leader of the guards did not bend his knees and rushed towards Tang Tian like an arrow. Tang Tian's right palm that had formed a seal suddenly released a mist. Inside the mist, countless of sorrowful voices sounded out, and the death net that was wrapped around Tang Tian was instantly shattered, transforming into a black mist that entered the death-line black net. Like a balloon that had been popped, the man's face rippled, and then disappeared. Su Ye's face turned pale white, his heart overwhelmed with shock. In that moment, the life in the guard's body had been sucked dry and transformed into dense death aura, which was so dense that it almost spewed out of his body. Seeing that, Su Yi focused his mind and sensed carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said with certainty, "He left." Roar. He was furious. The death aura is unaffected by slashes, right? The death puppet's body is as sturdy as steel. You assholes think that you can defeat me with numbers? Bang, bang, bang. Su Yi looked at Tang Tian. Seeing that Tang Tian nodded his head, he said, "That's fine too. Take a look." The air current passed through the fist. The roar was like an angry roar. Tang Tian's figure suddenly became blurry, as though a blazing wave of air had swept past him. Shouts could be heard from outside the walls. Flames could be seen flickering. It was obvious that the guards of the tavern had heard the commotion and rushed over. A low and hoarse voice came out from the man's body. His right palm formed a seal. Whoosh! The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. Tang Tian's fist seemed to have a layer of red light, like a reflection of flames. Between the bricks, the puppet's body kept on twitching and did not stand up again. The other guards' faces all turned white. None of them had noticed their leader's abnormality. Everyone looked at each other. Seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes, they all scrambled to turn and escape. Tang Tian, and the rest were not staying in any ordinary tavern. The Su family was a big family and were extremely particular about food and clothing. So why would they stay in an ordinary tavern? And Su Yi had long expected such a thing. Since the enemy's sneak attack was unavoidable, he might as well make it bigger. Once the Death Heart Seed was activated, it would instantly suck the target's life force and transform it into Death Aura. It used the target's most primal life force, and the Death Aura that was transformed would also be extremely dense. As it was rooted in the mind, it would not even give the target time to react. It was an indescribable comfort. Tang Tian's red eyes regained a trace of clarity, but a few black figures pounced at him again. He roared and released a few fist seals. The angry fist seal allowed him to increase his strength by a large amount. His strength was originally strong, and after the increase he became extremely terrifying. The leader glanced at the hole in the wall and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" With that, he lowered his head and walked towards the hole in the wall. Tang Tian stood in the middle of the road. He bowed slightly and was about to walk past Tang Tian. Just at that moment, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly exploded with a bright light aura, and his hand blade suddenly shot out. Su Yi stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was the only one standing. Tang Tian's eyes were red, but his expression was extremely cold. His entire body was releasing a blazing hot aura, as though he was a demon that walked out of hell. Every strike caused Tang Tian's arm to go numb. All of the ordinary guards were filled with extremely dense death aura and became as taut as steel. All of the undead puppets were not affected at all. They did not stop and pounce towards Tang Tian. Su Yi could not be bothered with him. All of the guards were strong enough to deal with ordinary experts, but in front of a powerful martial artist like Xian, they were not even considered ants. The rage in Tang Tian's chest grew. The opponent's methods were extremely strange, causing him to feel as though he had punched into a pile of cotton, and it was an indescribable grievance. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and all of them gave birth to demons. In the shadows, Xian's mouth had a trickle of blood, his eyes revealing a look of shock. In the blink of an eye, they had become undead puppets like the leader of the guards. The only thing that Su Yi did not expect was that he would be able to meet the undead puppeteer. Xian, the death lines crisscrossed, and the eyes of the leader of the guards became as black as ink. Martial artists that trained in pure death aura were not welcomed, and most of them would become vicious, without the life laws to neutralize them. The death laws would continue to corrode the cultivator's body, and even their state of mind would be corroded by the death aura, and they would become extremely ruthless and cruel. Hearing that, the leader's face changed. Undead puppeteer, Xian. The extremely hoarse voice made the leader of the guards look like a marionette. All of his movements were extremely strange and stiff, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. One after another, death aura surged out from their bodies. Su Yi subconsciously muttered, "Death Heart Seed." An indescribable sorrowful aura suddenly spread out from Tang Tian's body, forming a seal that resembled a sword. In Tang Tian's mind, the demon figure appeared. The sound mist coiled around the hands that formed the weeping sword seal. The heaven and earth were filled with sorrow, and the injuries were deep into the bones. The Death Law Surface was the most evil and terrifying ability. When the Death Law Surface reached a completely matured state, it would start to transform from death and would be able to project out a strange gray seed, which was the Death Heart Seed. Tang Tian stared intently at the other party, feeling a rarely seen anxiousness, regardless if it was Heaven's Road or the Sacred Saint Galaxy. In truth, there were still traces of it, but the Sin domain had some unique laws that were extremely strange and unpredictable. Tang Tian's aura suddenly changed. If it was said that previously Tang Tian was like a heavy, heavy axe, then the current Tang Tian was extremely quiet and peaceful, as though he was holding a fresh flower. He had a smile on his face, and his fingertips lightly pointed at the sinister human face that was pouncing towards him. Every puppet was a punch without any fancy moves. That is, Tang Tian felt that the death thread that was coiling around his right hand had loosened slightly. Without hesitation, his right hand trembled, and a powerful force suddenly burst forth, causing the death thread to bounce off slightly. The death aura is not affected. I will completely shatter the puppets. The undead puppets are as hard as steel. Even if they're steel, I will shatter them bit by bit. But in the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had already completed the seal. The leader of the guards bowed. It is my duty. I hope that our guest can make things convenient for us. The commotion was huge and immediately alerted everyone around. What a joke! Chapter 748. It's the Sioux residents. Everyone could not help but take in a breath of cold air, their faces turning pale white, when they saw Ghost Face Mask running while dragging the broken peak. All of their faces revealed looks of shock. There's actually such a godly power in the world. There was a shop in front of Tang Tian, but Tang Tian did not have any intention of dodging. He dragged the broken peak and rushed forward. The workers and shopkeepers of the shop were all shocked. All of them were dumbstruck. But when they saw Tang Tian rushing over in a daze, their faces turned white, and everyone dispersed. The first to react was Su Yi. He was stunned and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Is Master going to force himself on me? Tang Tian's speed became faster and faster. The bottom of the broken peak and the ground created sparks. The rumbling sounds became more and more terrifying. The heart-palpitating tremors extended to every corner of East Immortal City. The layout of the entire inn was built around this towering broken peak. The broken peak was the center of the courtyard, and every courtyard was directly facing the broken peak when one exited the door. The 12 high-grade courtyards were called the 12 Academies of Broken Peaks. In the Purple Cuckoo City, Ghost Face Mask was a legend. Rumble, rumble. Tang Tian did not care about He Xian, who was hiding in the shadows. He could not be bothered with an injured man. At that moment, he only had one thought, Su Xiang Dong. The spectators exclaimed out from time to time. The Purple Cuckoo City and East Immortal City were neighbors, and there were frequent interactions between the two, and many people in East Immortal City had heard of the Ghost Face Mask that had caused an uproar in the Purple Cuckoo City. On the contrary, the four families had sealed the Purple Cuckoo City after destroying the Qin family, and the news of what happened after that had not spread out in the East Immortal City. Just as everyone was inhaling cold air, Tang Tian had already gathered all the strength in his body, and dragging the broken peak, he moved step by step. The 60 long broken peak was actually being dragged by Tang Tian. Death Thread King Puppet. The red color was not flames. He did not sense any undulations of laws. Thinking about the information that his subordinates had sent, He Xian wanted to kill all of them. What fist technique that can absorb law threads? This fist technique does not have any undulations. A startled exclamation rang out, and the bustling crowd fell into a deathly silence. The red light seeped into Tang Tian's body, almost burning his flesh and blood. The originally turbulent origin power surged even more violently, and Tang Tian felt as though his entire body was filled with inexhaustible power. Boom! He walked out of the courtyard. He was extremely shocked, but he was quick-witted and immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. This scene was too shocking. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be shocked. This. His entire body was burning. Regardless of what Ghost Face Mask wanted to do, it was definitely not a small matter. All the people in the city stopped what they were doing. An earthquake. He Xian's law surface was like a piece of black paper. The deathly white flames slowly engulfed the black paper. The law surface combusted, and the power of death became extremely dense. He Xian widened her eyes. Her expression was blank. Was this guy still human? Furious Fist Seal. Even if the city wall was in front of it, it wouldn't be able to stop it for even a moment. It would only be smashed into pieces. Xion's mind buzzed and became blank. He did not think that Tang Tian wanted to directly deal with the Su family, but thought that his probing had angered Ghost Face Mask, and that Ghost Face Mask would directly attack them. Many of the spectators jumped onto the Broken Mountain Peak to see more clearly. Tang Tian had already forgotten about Su Ye's meticulously arranged plan. Sigh. Tang Tian walked to the front of the fake mountain, and pa, he broke a few of the chains. Rumble, rumble. Xion's face was pale white. He was overwhelmed with shock. The Broken Mountain Peak was made entirely of black-green rock. It was extremely sturdy and dense, with a height of 60 m. Its weight was most likely at least 500,000 caddies. Breaking a mountain peak with one slash, all the powerful martial artists on the list of powerhouses had methods to do so, but to rely on brute force to move a 500,000 caddies mountain peak, it was unheard of. The Broken Mountain Peak's speed continued to increase, and was already close to walking. Tang Tian, step by step, was extremely firm. But how is that possible? No wonder my death puppet was destroyed. He wanted to cry. We just wanted to probe him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Tian was not afraid. Xian looked at the cracks on his laws and was overwhelmed with shock. Bang! A loud sound came out. The Broken Mountain Peak trembled. The remaining chains all broke, and the potted flowers that were hanging on the chains all fell to the ground. What is Ghost Face Mask doing? Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, carefully observed Ghost Face Mask. The aura that he was releasing was extremely strange. It was obviously giving off a scorching feeling, but at the same time, it had an extremely cold aura. What is the red light that is being released from his entire body? In front of such a terrifying power, all of his techniques and transformations were like papier-mâché. Victory! The spectators were all dumbstruck. This is... Tang Tian barged into the shop. The Broken Mountain Peak also created sparks and crashed into the shop. Outside the courtyard was a fake mountain. The owner of the inn had specially invited experts to cut down a precipitous mountain peak and spent countless of effort to transport it here. So the owner of the inn named it the Broken Mountain Peak. The highest point of the Broken Mountain Peak was 60 m tall. It was extremely precipitous and cold. Its entire body was green and black, with 12 arm-thick chains pulling down from the peak. The owner had ingeniously hung many potted plants, and a cold spring flowed down from the peak, causing the mist to churn, creating a unique scenery. Regardless of whether he won or lost, his strength would drop greatly, but at that moment, he could not care about anything else. No one noticed his movements, and whether he lived or died, it all depended on this gamble. Ursa Major Null Division. Wait a minute, what is he trying to do? The shop was like papier-mâché. It instantly split into pieces, transforming into countless of pieces. The top half directly flew into the sky and rolled in the air. The sudden explosion of death aura caused the crowd to be in an uproar, many of them revealing looks of shock. In the blink of the eye, the martial artists who had their life force sucked out had their eyes turned black. They were like angry arrows. The surging death aura continued to leak out from their bodies, transforming into pitch-black death threads that coiled around their bodies. Forward! Every time the gigantic Broken Mountain Peak moved, the ground would tremble. But he knew that if Ghost Face Mask were to kill his way in, the Su family would definitely lose all face. A look of ruthlessness flashed past his eyes. He who was hiding in the shadows once again quietly released his death spirit aura. The angry fist seal was not ordinary. The demonic figure in his body did not dissipate, releasing an endless might. But very quickly they became excited. Whoosh! A few chains were held in his hands. Everyone was stunned. The 60 m long Broken Mountain Peak was extremely heavy. Many of them still remembered the grand occasion when the broken mountain peak entered the city, where hundreds of people dragged the broken mountain peak like ants, spending countless of effort to move it into the city. There is actually someone who can rely on his own strength to move the broken mountain peak. This direction. The second person to react was Xin. The red light around Tang Tian's body became even brighter, the ghost face mask becoming even more sinister. All of the muscles on Tang Tian's body were burning. The gigantic demonic figure behind him was releasing a terrifying red light. The red light did not have any heat. Tang Tian's mind was ice cold, but his body felt like it was in a furnace. Such an astonishing divine power had never appeared before. But the strange thing was that his emotions seemed to have been stripped away. He looked on coldly, his mind was ice cold. Tang Tian's expression was ice cold. The space around him seemed to be dyed red, as though it was dyed red. Among the spectators of the Battle of Western Street, there were many who had personally witnessed it, and upon hearing the commotion they rushed over, and upon seeing the ghost face mask bear flag, they all became excited. A few of the smarter people immediately flew up into the sky, looking down from above. It was as though there was a monster wreaking havoc. All the houses and shops in front of the monster were useless. The walls that they met were destroyed. The houses that they met were destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. The dust that rose up into the sky formed a straight path. Tang Tian started to jog. The long chains were stretched taut, and with a clattering sound, the heavy broken mountain peak continued to increase in speed. The death lines on their bodies were extremely dense, densely packed and coiled into circles, as though they were black mummies, only revealing their eyes. Tang Tian's entire body tensed up, his muscles bulged, and the chains became taut. The gigantic broken mountain peak continued to tremble. The huge commotion and the terrifying undulations had long alarmed many people. Su Yi finally reacted at this time. He did not care about Xin. He brought the blood-bear black flag and anxiously chased after Tang Tian. But what shocked him was that master speed was actually increasing. How is that possible? How can someone wield such a terrifying divine power? Su Yi quickly caught up to Tang Tian. The closer he got, the stronger the tremors became, and the more terrifying the commotion became. Su Yi had a misconception that no matter what kind of enemy it was in front of the master, they would all be crushed. Rumble, rumble. He could no longer remember why he wanted to kill Su Xiangdong. For the sake of saving everyone, for the sake of creating a commotion. He ignored all of that. He only had the simplest and purest thought, to kill Su Xiangdong. His entire body released a blood-red light, as though he had walked out of a mountain of blades and a sea of blood, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The eyes that were revealed by the mask were ice-cold without a trace of warmth. He continued to walk forward as though no one was around. This guy is not simple. Rumble, rumble. Hoo. It was the first time Xin had met someone who relied on brute force to destroy his own puppet. The broken mountain peak's speed gradually increased, leaving behind a large scar on the ground. Ghost face mask. Null division. Aside from the shock, an indescribable emotion surged in his mind. He leapt up and flew into the air. With a flick of his arm, the blood-bear black flag in his hand shot out like an arrow, stabbing into the broken mountain peak. The group of people followed closely behind, as though they had been injected with chicken blood. In their ice-cold minds, there was only one thought: to kill Su Xiangdong. Behind the ghost face mask, a roar came out like that of a wild beast. Rumble, rumble. He did not expect that the first thing he comprehended was not the most familiar grasping flower seal, but the rarely used angry fist seal. The faceless sky demon in his body had one of its arms forming the angry fist seal. The gigantic sky demon released a faint red light with an empty face that seemed to be filled with anger. Seeing that Tang Tian was walking towards the fake mountain, they immediately jumped away. The collapsed walls and the messy courtyard showed how intense the battle was. Looking at Tang Tian, who was like a killing god, no one dared to touch him. Chapter 749. So naive. An unprecedented fear spread in his heart. These damn ants, they dare to go against me. I want to kill them all. Kill them all. That was not a fist. It was a seal. He squinted his eyes, retracting all of his chi like a piece of dead wood. He blended into the surrounding chi. The number of puppets that died in his hands were countless. Ever since he gained enlightenment on the death heart seed, he became more and more fearless. To be able to use those ants as his puppets, it was the proudest thing in their lives. The commotion in the crowd became bigger and bigger as they shared the same hatred. The number of death strings it required was on a completely different level compared to the death puppets. The death puppets were just the main joints of their bodies. With the death strings wrapped around them, they could be controlled to fight. But the Death Thread King puppet was already made up of death strings. The arm-thick chain struck the Death Thread King puppet that was pouncing towards the crowd. Just at this time, the Death Thread King puppet was not sent flying, but was tightly wrapped around by the chain. A scalp-numbing sound swept past everyone's head. After a moment, the Death Thread King puppet that was wrapped around by the death strings crawled out from the ruins. As though nothing had happened, it flew into the sky and once again entered the battle. King Puppet Scythe. So tragic. Xian was loyal to the Su family at that moment. He no longer cared about his own life and death. Suddenly, a cry of grief came out from the crowd. A lady covered her mouth, her face pale white, her body swaying. It was her brother, who had actually become a Death Thread King puppet. That familiar face was now completely white, without a trace of blood. He was already dead. Demon Eye Slash. Just at that moment, another Death Thread King puppet sneaked up behind Tang Tian. But it was the same as the last time. It was another Demon Eye Slash, like an antelope hanging its horn, without a trace. The Death Thread King puppet that was wrapped around by the chain flew back. Its black eyes lit up with a faint black light. It raised its arm, which transformed into a black mist, and fiercely waved at Tang Tian. Xian's face changed. Damn it! Once his hiding place was found, he would be in danger. The death line broke and fluttered in all directions. Another deathly pale and lifeless face appeared. A cry of grief came out from the crowd. A middle-aged man knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling as he cried out. The green and black ghost face, the pair of dim eyes, suddenly lit up with a red light. Seeing that, Su Ye's eyes lit up and spoke out, I train in life and death laws, and to control the Death King puppet, I cannot exceed a 300 m radius. Bang! Ghost Face Mask's strength far exceeded his imagination, and he already believed that he was truly Ancestor Li's inheritor. When he fought with Tang Tian, he could clearly feel the changes in the Ghost Face Mask. Previously, Ghost Face Mask's strength was astonishing, but compared to now, it was on a completely different level. But do you think you can stop the Death King puppet like this? Puppeteer was the one controlling the undead puppets during the battle. Puppeteer controlled the undead puppets through the strings of death. On the other hand, the Death Thread Lord puppet was able to fight on its own. The dense and powerful death aura seeped into the puppet's body and fundamentally changed its body structure. The Death King puppet called, Xiang wriggled and wrapped his head again. With the continuous slashes, the identities of the remaining 3 puppets were revealed. Tang Tian also had a few more wounds on his body. At that moment, the battle had reached its climax. To be able to become my puppets is your honor. Other than the fact that the law surface could provide a dense death aura, it could also form a state between the law space and the law surface, and to a certain extent, it could borrow the power of the law space. The other 4 Death King puppets pounced on Tang Tian at the same time. So. Countless of black death threads shot out from their bodies, and caught off guard, Tang Tian's arms, legs, and waist were wrapped tightly by the black death threads. When Su Yi saw the Death King puppet, he was completely stunned. Does he Xian have a grudge with Master? This blade slashed onto the Death King puppet's face, and the surging power suddenly exploded out. He could even sense that Su Yi was searching for him. Everything started from the transformation of the fist, from the strange red light. And the death thread net that looked like a flower, it was definitely a seal. The 5 Death King puppets knew how to coordinate, and the pressure on Tang Tian increased. He only needed 1 Death King puppet to kill all of them. You want to uphold justice? When you see the people around you dying one by one, let's see if you still want to be a hero. In the history of the Sin domain, no one had ever gained enlightenment on Death God, as the history of the Sin domain was too short. He Xian sneered in his heart. If the first slash revealed the Death King puppet's true face was a coincidence, then this time he immediately understood Ghost Face Mask's thoughts. You want to borrow the power of an ant to deal with me? Death King puppet. Bang. Go and die. Death Puppet Master. Find him. He is nearby. The commotion among the crowd became bigger and bigger. All of the martial artists who were initially watching the show all revealed looks of anger. To use a living person as a puppet, that was a cruel thing. Such a terrifying and cruel person was actually in East Immortal City, and such a cruel thing actually happened in front of them. If the puppet master gained enlightenment on the law space, the Death King puppet would transform into the final form of a puppet, Death God. A palm suddenly appeared in its field of vision. Bang! Su Yi could not believe his own eyes. Is this old man crazy? Is he Xian crazy? The Death King puppet was not something that could be activated with a law surface. The formation of the Death King puppet required many harsh conditions, and that was an even higher level of power. Tang Tian's footsteps finally stopped. 5 black figures brought forth countless of afterimages as they flew around Tang Tian. Their movements were extremely fast, much faster than the death puppets, and their strength had increased greatly. But the most terrifying thing was that their battle awareness had increased. Compared to them, the previous death puppets were as clumsy as toys. The heart-wrenching sobs pierced into everyone's hearts. The Death King puppet's head suddenly fell backwards. The death threads that were tightly wrapped around its face were all cut off, flying everywhere, revealing a pale and lifeless face. Ah Xiong! No. Find him. Seeing that he had already burned 1/3 of his law surface, he Xian was confident. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will drag Ghost Face Mask down with me. Ghost Face Mask was obviously not as good as before. The red light around his body had dimmed. The intense battle had consumed a lot of Ghost Face Mask's energy. Footsteps continued to sweep past him, but the Ghost Face Mask did not sense his presence. He had killed countless people and was a vicious and merciless person. How could he be affected by such a small matter? His palm was like a blade. The slash did not make any sound. It was ethereal and unpredictable. Whoosh! Understanding Ghost Face Mask's thoughts, he Xian's consciousness also entered the Death King puppet's mind, and a few figures flashed towards Tang Tian. But when he saw it clearly, he immediately understood. The Su family. He Xian is from the Su family. No, I definitely cannot let them find me. Sensing he Xian's killing intent and fear, one of the Death King puppets suddenly retreated and turned to pounce towards the group. Bang, bang, bang. He Xian's attainments in Death King puppets was already comparable to the strongest martial artists in history. For the sake of stopping Ghost Face Mask, he did not hesitate to ignite his own law surface. The Death King puppet, as a peak existence second only to the Death God, was extremely powerful and was hailed as the puppet closest to the Death God. One of the Death King puppets took the opportunity when Tang Tian was being held back by his 3 companions to break through the chains, sticking close to the ground. It quietly rushed towards Tang Tian. But I have to get through this stage first, then we can talk about it. If Ghost Face Mask is truly Ancestor Lee's inheritor, then I can't let him live. If Ghost Face Mask survives, then the Su family will be taken care of in a single night. The crowd went into an uproar. A few people rushed to the lady's side and consoled her. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation. Heart-wrenching cries resonated throughout the entire street. Tang Tian's hand trembled. The chains wrapped around the Death King puppet and flew back. That's right, he must be nearby. He actually took Ah Xiang. Xian's face finally changed. Regardless of how perfect he was at concealing himself, he would not be able to escape from the meticulous search. The arm disappeared and transformed into a black scythe, bringing with it an eerie death aura. It slashed towards Tang Tian's neck. Fuck. Even if I have to risk my life, I will find that bastard. A robust man said angrily, but at the moment, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. He was immersed in the angry fist seal. His burning body and ice-cold consciousness had achieved a miraculous balance. The arm-thick chains were weightless in his hands, and when they swept through the air, they brought forth a low and deep whistling sound, as though they were the roars of ancient beasts. Countless of fine, tooth-like ripples spread out in the air. The courtyard turned into fine powder. He had perfectly concealed his aura. The death law space was called Hell, and Death God was one of the strongest forms of power in Hell. There was no doubt that the Death Puppet Master was powerful, but it was extremely difficult to train in and had extremely high requirements on one's comprehension and temperament. Luckily, the commotion was too big, and the nearby citizens were all experienced and had long escaped far away. Su Ye's talent was not bad, but a pity his personality was too soft in the life and death law. If he could not even risk his life, what was the point of training? He, who was used to seeing blood, scoffed at such a flower that was kept in a greenhouse. Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, had blood flowing out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. His expression was terrifying. All of these ant-like existences still want to find me. They truly overestimate themselves. A sinister look flashed past his eyes. Ghost Face Mask's movements became slower. He was extremely fatigued. Xian's face that was covered in blood was extremely sinister. He was used to the ugliness of humans and knew what they would look like in times of danger. Xian was shocked. If it was true, then it would definitely be a huge earthquake to the Sin domain. Ancestor Lee was powerful in the past. He had given grace to the Sin domain, and his inheritor was also so powerful, I'm afraid. 300M. Everyone spread out. Do not let anything go. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I don't believe that we can't find him. The robust man said with hatred. The thick and sturdy chains brought forth after images, striking onto a Death King puppet that was attempting to sneak an attack on Tang Tian. The sound of bones and tendons breaking was drowned out by the low whistling sound and the oppressive striking sound, and could not be heard. The Death King puppet was like a ball that was struck. Its black figure flashed, and like an angry arrow, it fiercely crashed into a courtyard. Su Yi was an astute person and immediately understood the situation. Could it be that he is truly Ancestor Lee's inheritor, but Xian carefully recalled that punch just now. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He remembered. Ghost Face Mask's fist. No, it was not a fist. It was an empty fist. The fist was empty. He did not dare to continue thinking. At this moment, the martial artists dispersed. They hated this death puppeteer to the core. Bang! Both parties were getting closer and closer. Its black pupils flashed with a light aura. Its figure disappeared. And in the next moment, it appeared behind Tang Tian. What was even more unexpected was that its teleportation did not have any undulations of laws. Regardless of anything, I have to kill Ghost Face Mask. Chapter 750. In the air, A lone arm held onto the death god's scythe. It's perfect. Without thinking, he tiptoed again, and the high-speed rotation caused his body to slip again. Such a strange scene caused everyone's hair to stand on end. He laughed maniacally, completely not concealing himself. His entire life of hard work, his entire life of darkness, his entire life of stubbornness and intolerance, he viewed human lives as grass, and at that moment, he had finally taken a step that he had never dared to take in his entire life. Sigh. The death aura around the king puppet with the broken arm quickly dissipated. It became dim and disappeared like smoke. The miraculous change was happening in Tang Tian's body at an astonishing speed. I can't let Uncle He's sacrifice be in vain. They only felt their bodies becoming light as they subconsciously grabbed onto the death threads tightly. The 4 Death King puppets were actually lifted up by Tang Tian. But it was different now. Tang Tian felt as though there was a boundless ocean in his body, casually brandishing it. He could hear the boundless power roaring in his body. He wanted to take down Purple Cuckoo City before anyone else. Sigh. The taut death threads were extremely sturdy. An astonishing power came from the death threads, causing the Death King puppet's body to immediately lose its balance. He knew what it was. It was the death god's arm, Uncle He's final burning of himself, and finally caught a glimpse of the figure behind the door of hell. Although it was just an arm, but it was the arm of the death god. Although it was not complete, it still represented a higher level of power. The extremely sturdy Death King puppet was easily sliced into 2. The Death King puppet that was sliced into 2 did not shed a single drop of blood. As though the black scythe had eaten its fill, it became even more dense and black, and continued to fly towards Tang Tian. The black flames engulfed his body. Xian, who was in the darkness, had his vision turned red as 2 lines of blood flowed down from his eyes. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his mouth, nose, and ears. Burn my body, return to the silent earth. Another Death King puppet was slapped onto the king puppet's scythe, and like a piece of paper, it was sliced into 2. The king puppet scythe absorbed the death energy of 2 king puppets and became as black as ink with a strange metallic luster. It drew a strange arc in the air, bringing along a mournful screech, and continued to shoot towards Tang Tian. Boom! Purple Cuckoo City. His gaze suddenly blazed with passion. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. His spinning body didn't stop at all, but the tip of his foot lightly tapped the ground. Uncle He, Death God's scythe. Shio, the scythe was like a shark that smelled blood. It rushed over and pierced through the 2 clouds of black mist. The 2 clouds of black mist instantly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The black scythe stopped and floated quietly in the air. Its appearance had completely changed. On the broad blade, there were many twisted and hideous human faces, from small to large. The edge of the scythe was even more terrifying. It was a row of sharp teeth with traces of blood on them. What did not match with the broad blade was its long and slender handle, causing people to suspect that it would break if they used a bit of force. Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind finally had a ripple. Suddenly, he understood something. Could it be that the Demon 6 Seals is not a martial technique for fighting, but for tempering the body? The surrounding people all took in cold breaths. All of their faces were pale as they watched the scene. I never thought that before I die, I would actually be able to use this technique. The death energy that permeated into Tang Tian's body dissipated upon contact with the red light. Ha ha ha! To be able to die in front of this technique, I am extremely lucky. His entire body continued to bleed, and suddenly the blood beads started to emit tiny black flames. His deranged face regained its calmness, and the current him had an indescribable serenity. The ground beneath his feet crumbled, and the spinning Tang Tian slid a few meters to the side, as though he was sliding on ice. This thought flashed past his mind, but it was not the time to think about it. The death line's power was immense, and Tang Tian felt as though his bones were about to break. Tang Tian never thought that the scythe would be so strange. When he was 12 years old, Uncle he left. A strange smile surfaced on his face. Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind did not have any ripples. His eyes were like burning red iron, emitting an aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. He Xian chuckled. At this point, it was already impossible for him to survive. But his heart was filled with fanaticism. His expression was deranged. He consecutively used all of the death aura from the 5 Death King puppets and combusted 4/5 of his matured law surface to finally create this technique, the Death Law puppet system's indisputable ultimate killing technique, and was the strongest killing technique in the entire Death Law system. Tang Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of danger. It happened extremely quickly, to the point that when everyone heard the deranged laughter before they could react, He Xian had already been engulfed by the flames. He Xian's body melted like ice inside the black flames, but his face maintained a calm and peaceful smile. Su Xiangdong raised his head. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down his cheeks, mixing with the pitch-black juice. A moment later, he wiped away his tears, completely disregarding the black bitter juice on his face. His gaze became ruthless, and his expression became calm and composed again. He did not even glance at Ghost Face Mask's figure. He was already a dead man. Risking my life? Tang Tian's face finally changed. If he did not personally see the arm and the scythe, he would not have sensed anything. Just at that moment, on the pole, a hand started to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when it reached the elbow joint, it stopped. The scythe did not move. Bang! You are a devil. I am an angel. An indescribable power quietly took shape in his reconstructed flesh and blood. Origin force was formed from the combustion of the power of the physique, and Tang Tian's power was also formed from the layers of the physique. The speed was as fast as lightning, but it still required a process of gathering and forming. Sigh. He was speechless. He could have made a move, but he did not. Uncle, he had already become everyone's enemy, the mortal enemy of the entire East Immortal City. If he stood out, the entire Su family would become everyone's enemy. I can't make a move. They exploded into 2 balls of black mist in the air, but strangely, the 2 balls of mist congealed and did not dissipate, as though they were alive. It was extremely terrifying. He watched Uncle he ignite his law surface, watched Uncle he ignite himself, and watched the death god's hand holding onto the scythe. Many blurry scenes from the past flashed past his eyes. The toddler who was learning how to walk and calling out for Uncle he to carry him. In the images of the young, there was always the figure who was always hugging him and smiling. The Black Death tightly coiled around Tang Tian, and Tang Tian could clearly feel the power coming from the death line and the bone-chilling corrosion, as though countless of worms were drilling into his body. Ghostface Mask is dead. In his mind, the majestic and indifferent sky demon also felt the immense threat. Without thinking, he grabbed onto the 2 Death King puppets' hands, and with a shake, the 2 king puppets were flung out. The broken arm was not thick, but on the contrary, it was thin and weak. Its skin was pale white, and its 5 slender fingers held onto the scythe's hilt. The lone broken arm held onto the scythe, as though it had just been chopped off from a human body. There was still blood flowing out from the wound. The faces of the vengeful spirits on the scythe were all distorted, and wails could be heard, no matter how tightly they covered their ears. They were unable to stop the sounds. The rows of sharp teeth at the edge of the scythe slowly slid, like a hungry wild beast that could not wait any longer. But the surging red light continued to spread out from the sky demon's body, like blazing flames. The flesh and blood in Tang Tian's body combusted silently, The red light was like a furnace fire. The flesh and blood were like furnace materials, continuously combusting and reforming. To be able to die under this move, I am truly lucky. 20 years later, Uncle, he who had killed countless of people, brought back countless of blood and vengeful spirits, brought back the name of someone who viewed human life as grass, and changed his name to become the smiling Uncle He again. Is this the true meaning of the Angry Fist seal? It was like a surging ocean. No, it was a blazing ocean, majestic and restless. Any small movement would cause a tsunami. He did not have much hatred in his heart, and he felt that there was no meaning in hating a man who was about to die. Bang! Taking down Purple Cuckoo City and the numerous Null Division prisoners will allow the Sioux family to step onto a higher stage. Purple Cuckoo City without ghost face mask in his eyes was like an unguarded beauty. It was extremely alluring. A Death King puppet that was flung into the air was like a hammer smashing onto the king puppet's scythe. Without any movements, the ocean of power in his body roared, causing Tang Tian's eyes to light up with a dazzling red light. His opened arms did not move, but the power in his waist suddenly exploded out, and his body suddenly spun. In midair, both of his hands suddenly extended forward, his palms moving like lightning, grabbing onto the throats of two Death King puppets. Crack! The Death King puppets' necks shattered. But the Death King puppets were like two cockroaches that could not die. Although their necks were broken, they still used their hands and feet to attack Tang Tian. I can die in peace, you ants. He could feel that when the broken arm was completely regenerated, the dense death aura on the scythe suddenly disappeared without a trace. I can't do that. The black regiment of fire floated quietly in the air, squirming like it was alive. Suddenly, it transformed into a black fiery light and entered the death god's scythe. Time seemed to have stopped. The extremely dense death aura congealed into the scythe, releasing a dense death aura, as though it was the death god's scythe that specialized in reaping lives. The king puppet's strength was ultimately far from the death god. For the sake of unleashing the scythe, it had to sacrifice an arm. He wanted to embrace death, the world's greatest and most eternal destination. Su Xiangdong, who was in the distance, watched silently, his mouth gently chewing on the bitter fruit, the ink-like bitter juice becoming more and more bitter. All living things returned to death. The ants in his eyes were like that. He was like that as well. He was just a speck in the mortal world. His heart towards the eternal darkness. That was his path. That was the source of life. Chapter 751. He closed his eyes, his body slightly leaned forward, and his arms drooped down. If only Godfist is completed. In his red and trembling vision, there was only the scythe raised by the single arm, the thin and pale white arm, the slender fingers, the row of sharp teeth, the twisted human face. All of this knowledge was like a story, a legend. From the day he started learning life and death laws, Su Yi had never thought that he would see it with his own eyes. The pitch-black scythe, aura, slashed onto the bright red cross blade, aura. But at this time, Tang Tian's eyes were red from losing, and he used all the chips that he could to bet, and bet them all. Xian had disappeared for 10 years, but when he appeared again, he was so powerful and tyrannical, it was enough to shake the entire Sin domain. Tang Tian did not know what use it had, but he did not have the time to think about it. With every step, the ground of East Immortal City would tremble. In the legends, the 12A grade infamous men were all powerful martial artists that were able to enter the list of powerhouses. But compared to the martial artists on the list of powerhouses, they were even more mysterious. All of their hands were stained with blood and had countless enemies. They had tyrannical strength, and some ruled over a region, but the majority of them were mysterious, and few people knew of them. Only when they appeared in front of people and caused a storm of blood would people think of them. The scene before him made Su Yi unable to imagine it, and he was extremely shocked. It was just that the death god's arm and scythe was actually able to absorb the entire city's life force. If the real death god appeared, wouldn't the entire East Immortal City's life force be instantly sucked dry? Come, broken scythe, you broken scythe. The commotion was huge, and the entire East Immortal City was shaken. A terrifying existence that came from the highest realm of laws had descended into the world. To Su Yi, who trained in life and death laws, it was a completely different scene. The entire East Immortal City's life force was quietly slipping away. The loss was extremely slow, and without reaching the corresponding realm of strength, one would not even be able to sense the loss of life force. Crackle, crackle. Tang Tian's eyes released a bright light aura, causing the entire space around East Immortal City to tremble. To the Grim Reaper, this shocking word was as easy as lifting a finger. No, it did not need to raise its hand. It only needed to stand there. With every step he took, countless fragments left the ground and slowly floated into the sky. Suddenly, Su Yi felt envious to be able to see the highest law palace through the crack of the door before he died. How fortunate was that? He knew that with his talent and level, he might not be able to reach He Xian's level before he died. He Xian had already pushed open that door, the door to the highest hall of laws, the highest realm that any martial artist could only dream of. No one knew if anyone had ever been to that palace or what it looked like. The space around him trembled violently as visible ripples spread out in all directions. The fine ripples, with Tang Tian as the center, spread out to the entire East Immortal City. They were like waves of spatial shock waves, causing the entire space in East Immortal City to become extremely unstable. With a light sound, a small crack appeared on the brick, and a piece the size of a grain of rice slowly floated up. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch. Su Yi was extremely excited. Seeing hope, the gray spots on his body quickly disappeared, and his life force became vigorous. The citizens of East Immortal City seemed to have awoken from a dream. All of them flew away with pale faces. The six-armed demon in his body had a solemn and dignified appearance. Its entire body was releasing a dense red light. The angry fist seal on its palm had a red flame that was slowly throbbing. Waves of red light, along with the throbbing of the red flame, continued to spread out. Tang Tian started to rush towards the scythe, and the arm, his steel-like eyes were blazing red. The wind whistled past his ears. The extremely fast wind brought along the trembling sound of the space around him, causing the flames in his red eyes to surge. Tang Tian was like a cat with its fur standing on end. The intense sense of danger caused him to tense up. Even though the arm did not have any aura when it raised the scythe, it was an extremely normal movement, but Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp, and the sense of danger in his heart was so dense that it felt like it was real. Tang Tian could faintly see a blurry figure beside the arm brandishing the scythe. The black blade, aura quietly broke through the air. A deep sense of despair enveloped Su Ye's body. He stared at the master in a daze, as though he was waiting for the master to die. "Come on, broken scythe!" The spectators' faces all changed, but Su Ye's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought about the thunder wind spear Lu Tian won, and how shocking his last spear was. Master's aura is actually even more astonishing than Lu Tian Wen's last spear. He took a deep breath. He had a strong premonition that the attack he was about to face would be the strongest attack he had ever faced. Massacre the city. No one can stop me. Threads of life force converged from all directions and entered the death god's scythe. A low and melodious melody came out from the scythe. The twisted and struggling faces on the scythe became peaceful. The dense red light flowed out like blood. Tang Tian's expression was calm and determined. He was not anxious at all. He breathed calmly, as though he was about to fall asleep. His entire body did not have any killing intent. The bright red light converged towards his arms. Su Ye's face was ashen. and his body started to have gray spots. He trained in life and death laws and maintained a balance between life and death in his body, but at that moment, the intense despair caused his body and mind to lose balance, and the power of death started to gain the upper hand. Master Ghost Face Mask's aura is so powerful. Subduing Spirit Psalm. Su Ye's face was pale white. His eyes were sluggish. With every step he took, the red light around his body became dimmer, but the red light on his arms became denser. Tang Tian stared at the scythe in front of him. He squinted his eyes, but there was no fear in his heart. Tang Tian's eyes did not waver in the slightest. His expression was extremely calm. The sacrificial execution's greatest taboo was to waver in the slightest, but Tang Tian did not waver, not even in the slightest. He had gained enlightenment on the demon figure from the sacrificial execution, and at the moment, the demon figure was giving back to the sacrificial execution. The two of them came from the same source, and with their combination, the situation was immediately different. This time, Tang Tian had a knife on his neck and was forced into a desperate situation. The two of them formed an intense contrast. The scythe and the arm's aura were restrained, and if one did not see them, they would not be able to sense their existence. Master Ghost Face Mask was the complete opposite. His aura was released. He was like a regiment of flames, burning more and more intensely. The demon 6 seals were formed at the same time, and in the dense red light, a few flower petals appeared out of nowhere and slowly dropped down. Upon landing on the demon's body, they disappeared. Tang Tian roared in his heart. All the power in his body converged into his arms. He felt as though his arms were heavier than a broken mountain, and every step he took required him to use all his strength. His arms felt as though they were about to explode, as though something was about to break out of them. Tang Tian's body was being cleansed by the red light again and again. The boundless power converged and dispersed in a rhythmic pattern. Save everyone and fight side by side with everyone, and then win. 2 bright red blade auras converged in front of Tang Tian, transforming into a red cross blade aura. Light explosions continued to sound out. Tang Tian's aura continued to soar. He did not move at all, like a statue. Only his eyes became even brighter. A thought flashed past Tang Tian's mind, but he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In his vision, the pale, skinny arm gently waved the scythe down. Failure and death, that was the final outcome, and the only outcome. Is this the great infamous man? If all the life in the city was sucked dry, it would become a true city of death, a city of death laws. Pure death laws will continue to breed and grow, and the place will become hell. That's right. Master is the powerful martial artist who killed Lu Tianwen. Just at that moment, the arm slowly raised the scythe in its hand. Although he did not know where the scythe and the arm came from, but he had been through many battles, and his judgment of the danger level of the battle was instinctive. Such a strange and unconventional scene had surpassed all of his knowledge. Bang, bang, bang. That scythe, that arm, the power in Tang Tian's body that was like an ocean surged endlessly. Tang Tian's aura started to rise. Tang Tian, who was forced into a corner, used all of the power he could muster, using the demon 6 seals to strengthen sacrificial execution, even if the other 5 seals are dim and without light, and are just for show. This thought came from his mind when he was fighting against the Death King puppet. Is the demon 6 seals used to fight, or to temper the body? The scythe and the arm were extremely strange and sinister. The strange scene had exceeded the limits of their imagination, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. But Ghost Face Mask was a completely different scene. He did not conceal his tyrannical and wild aura. It was something they had never seen before. It was like a gigantic beast releasing an ancient and inextinguishable might. At that moment, Tang Tian was on the verge of exploding, borrowing the momentum. He used his 2 arms to slash upwards. The surrounding airflow became chaotic. The powerful aura caused the space around him to become unstable. His body was like the eye of a storm. The rapid wind caused his clothes to flutter. Suyi suddenly raised his head, his face revealing a look of shock. His ashen face suddenly revealed a trace of life. The death god's right arm, the death god's scythe. This is the reason why I am standing here. And this is the reason why I must do it. Pieces of cracks started to form on the ground. Every step he took caused the space around East Immortal City to tremble. Suddenly he reacted and shouted to the surrounding spectators, "All of you scatter! All of you scatter! Move further away!" He opened his eyes, which were as determined as steel, as though nothing could make him waver. Sensing Tang Tian's determination in his silence, the demon's 6 arms formed seals, but the seals on the other 5 arms were extremely blurry. Since it is the strongest attack, then I will deliver my strongest attack as well. He could also feel the life in the entire city being continuously devoured by the strange scythe. The low and melodious spirit-suppressing song, upon nearing Tang Tian, was dissolved by the red light and disappeared. Chapter 752. Tang Tian's eyes twitched. The face behind the mask twitched. His hands that were crossed in front of his chest suddenly clenched into fists. He extended out his thumbs and pointed them downwards. Everyone looked at Ghost Face Mask with reverence. When the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the black turbulence suddenly disappeared without a trace. The whistling in the sky, the chaotic space, all of it disappeared. Tang Tian stared at the ground in front of him blankly, his mind in a blank. It was like 2 storms that did not give way to each other, clashing head-on, causing the air to surge as though it was boiling. The whistling that filled everyone's ears caused them to be unable to hear anything else, as though the entire East Immortal City was in the middle of a storm. An old man led a group of people. The old man seemed to be jogging. His pale, white face covered with perspiration, he seemed to be in a fawning position. He shot forward and knelt down. Many powerful martial artists who had reached a certain level would find it hard to improve, as their mental state was unable to break through on the outside. There were the laws of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death. Inside, there were the 7 emotions and 6 desires, fear and cowardice. Only with a truly powerful mental state would one be able to comprehend a stronger power and be able to control a stronger power. Countless rocks floated up. At the same time, the citizens of East Immortal City floated up. They were overwhelmed with shock. Their faces were pale white. They realized that they were unable to control their own bodies. Their law threads were completely unable to be summoned. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, without any strength to resist. His body did not move an inch. Like a statue, the surging space around him, the chaotic power turbulence, the berserk winds did not move him in the slightest. Exhaling a long breath, Tang Tian regained his senses. He finally felt as though he had returned to the human world. His weak and limp body had regained some strength. He used his palm to support his body and struggled to stand up. The 55 Null Division prisoners all rushed forward, all of them using all of their strength to move Broken Peak. Unknowingly, have I become so strong? The Yu family begs for forgiveness. Master, we beg for mercy. Just you wait. The next time we meet, I will beat you up until you cry. And after saving the 55 Null Division members, his heart was filled with joy, the affirmation of himself, the confidence in his strength. After experiencing the baptism of the difficult and dangerous battle, his mental state had quietly transformed. Upon landing, he immediately rolled and crawled onto the Null Division prisoners. Without daring to delay, he rushed over. Tang Tian muttered to himself, smiling bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Xiangdong would encounter such a ruthless fellow before they even fought. Just like that, he sat in front of the Broken Peak. Behind him, the dark, cold, and rough Broken Peak was covered with scars. It was like a huge warrior guarding Tang Tian. Both sides confronted each other, neither backing down nor dodging. The black shadow seemed to be very surprised by Tang Tian's action, and its figure stagnated. Even though the heavy breathing could be heard clearly from far away, no one spoke. The bright red cross-shaped blade aura and the black blade aura clashed in the air. Tang Tian's thumbs up was like a chicken pecking at rice. If not for the mask, everyone could clearly see the unhappiness and provocation on his face. Even if we lose, we can't lose. Pay, pay, pay. The young man did not lose. Then we definitely cannot lose. Only when they felt solid ground beneath their feet did they wake up from their daze, but all of their faces were still filled with shock and fear. The Song family has brought 23 Null Division members to beg for forgiveness. Master. Suddenly, the illusory figure in the black turbulence moved slightly, the only visible arm holding onto the scythe raised up, pointing straight at Tang Tian, and made a throat-slitting gesture. He did not even have the time to change the Null Division prisoners into decent clothes, afraid that he would not make it in time, afraid that the ghost face mask would be enraged, and cause the Yu family to be exterminated. When he had just received the letter from the ghost face mask requesting for the return of his subordinates, he was also filled with ridicule. Ancestor Li's inheritor? Another guy who's thinking of something crazy. Return your subordinates? What a joke. The current price of a Null Division prisoner is so expensive, and you want to return them. Well done, Tang Tian. When one's strength reached a certain level, the strength of one's mental state would become more and more important. Master, please let us do it. One of the Null Division members shouted. Now, he only felt that he had eyes but failed to see. The terrifying battle just now had simply scared him to death. Tang Tian was in disbelief, but even more than that, he had an intense self-confidence. They would never forget the scene that they had witnessed for the rest of their lives. This deathly silence was a tribute to the soul-stirring battle that had just taken place. He was their faith, and he had used his own actions to prove that he did not disappoint their faith. Bang, bang, bang. Looking down from the sky, the East Deity Sect was split into two. The red and black light auras occupied half of the area. Inside the light auras, the chaotic air and the surging energy flow were roaring and roaring. His voice was trembling, his face was covered in perspiration, and his entire body was trembling. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke the silence. Who? The more intense the battle, the easier it was for a person to grow, and the test of life and death would stimulate a person's potential. And upon experiencing the baptism and tempering, one's mental state would become even stronger. The only king of the Ursa Major constellation, the only king of the Lupus people, had come to save them. If not for them being in the air, they would have thought that it was an illusion. The broken arm and the scythe released traces of black smoke, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, they gradually dissipated into the black turbulence. Only the Su family is left. He took a deep breath and extended his hand out, preparing to pull the broken peak. No one dared to go near. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment, when his eyes regained their focus. He saw the 55 Null Division members standing straight in front of him, looking at their familiar faces that were extremely excited yet restrained. The young man behind the mask could not help but smile happily. Tang Tian, who had just broken through his mental state, although his entire body was sore and weak, but his mental state was at its peak. Another flurry of footsteps came out. Everything in his field of vision was turbulent and blurry. The rapidly trembling space caused everything to become distorted. All of the bricks and stones floating in the air, the densely packed figures in the sky, all dropped down like dumplings. Immediately, countless of exclamations sounded out. Everyone lost their heads out of fear, their expressions flustered. They were still immersed in the terrifying scene just now, but they did not expect the danger to suddenly disappear without any warning, as though the terrifying scene was just an illusion. They stood straight, as per usual. Their clothes were all over the place. They were extremely dirty, their hair was messy, and their faces dirty, but they still stood straight. All of their eyes were red, their hearts extremely excited. Perspiration continued to flow out, and in the blink of an eye, the perspiration formed a small stream that flowed down. Idiots! He could feel that although the power of the scythe was not complete, it was a power of another level, a power that he had never dared to think about in the past. And he was actually able to fight to a draw with the opponent. It was something he had never dared to imagine in the past. Hoo. Tang Tian's body maintained the posture he had before he slashed out. His body was slightly bent forward. His extended body was like a cheetah filled with aggressiveness, ready to pounce at any moment. His hands were crossed in front of him. The ghost face that was raised up was filled with cracks. The cracks were soaked in blood, like a red spider web. The red light in his eyes that were like burning red iron slowly dissipated, and he regained the coldness and firmness of black steel. Martial artists who had gained enlightenment on law surfaces were slightly better, but it was only slightly better. The power that the law surface could project was suppressed to 1/10 of the usual. The Null Division members who were covered in dirt stared blankly at the familiar figure sitting on the ground, although the master was wearing a mask, but who could not recognize him. Under the black turbulence that continued to wash over him, an illusory figure stood there quietly. Humph, you can't even win against me, and you're still so arrogant? After so many days of despair, after so many days of suffering, after so many days of predicament at that moment, seeing the figure who was gasping for breath while supporting himself on the ground, perspiring profusely, looking at the mask that was filled with cracks and soaked in blood, looking at the pair of eyes that had lost all of their spirit due to exhaustion. His body was recovering his strength at an astonishing rate. The originally exhausted power seemed to be once again being nourished. Threads of power quietly emerged from the depths of his flesh and blood, especially the life origin essence that he had swallowed. It was an astonishing amount, and there was a portion that he did not have time to absorb, and they settled in his flesh and blood, waiting for time to quietly awaken them. Who knew that the battle would actually allow him to have a breakthrough in his mental state and awaken them? Rumble, 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 like a surging torrent. No one could stop it. As though there was a reaction, the red light on Tang Tian's side suddenly disappeared. But upon seeing the rapidly enlarging ground in their vision, they immediately broke free from the daze and immediately adjusted their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. There were people who landed in all sorts of weird postures. But the group was dead silent. No one spoke. But at this stage, Tang Tian no longer hesitated. Although fighting with the strange scythe had exhausted him, but not only was his mental state not fatigued, but instead he was in a strange state of excitement. Tang Tian looked at the blood-bare black flag that was stabbed into the broken peak, and could not help but feel high-spirited. He pointed towards the Su family. Let's go there. Tang Tian's figure swayed, and with a bang, he sat down on the ground. He had also broken free from his previous excited state, and now there was only the feeling of exhaustion after a great battle. His taut nerves relaxed, and exhaustion swept through his body like a tide. Everyone watched from afar, looking at this man who sat in a daze in front of the broken peak, gasping for breath, looking no different from an ordinary person. There was no straight spear, no proper sitting, no demeanor, no temperament. His palms supported on the ground, sweat flowing down his chin, continuously dripping onto the ground. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. With a rumble, the broken peak trembled, the earth quaked, and the mountains swayed. The eyes of the 55 steel-like men instantly turned red. The black figure was like flying ash dissipating in the black turbulence. Tang Tian's heart was filled with hatred. He completely did not know that the figure in front of him was the death god. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. The death god would still beat him up. In front of him, behind the red and black wall of light, the arm holding the scythe was also motionless. The light at this moment was indescribable. The red and black light shot up to the sky. They collided intensely, but they were clearly separated. The entire world was divided by the red and black light, and in the middle there seemed to be an extremely thin and indestructible wall of light. Chapter 753. Bang, bang, bang. The light shields on the soldiers' bodies lit up one after another. The wind here had already converged into wind blades. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon were covered in radial patterns, which were carved by wind blades over the years. The savage continent is going to be unified. We will have a true king. But high risks were always accompanied by high profits, with the honorable Marshall Continent's goods as a base. A single trip would be enough to supply the Blackwater tribe with rations for the entire winter. Savage Continent. The scattered guards were on high alert in all directions. Unlike the white snow that could be seen everywhere outside, there was no snow in the canyon at all. The wind here was too strong. The snow could not fall at all. Mu Jixia's expression was extremely strange. He knew of the Mountain Steel King Court and the North Snow King Court. They were the two strongest king courts in the northern part of the savage continent. Mu Jixia knew the powerhouses of the savage continent like the back of his hand. The two heroes of the northern lands were his sworn enemies. The enmity between them had been entangled for many years. How could they join hands? Ever since he was stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent and discovered the gigantic ice-wind gap, he would personally come to the ice-wind gap once a month. Using the sword ray to test the wind speed was a method he invented himself. For a full 20 years, he had recorded the changes in the wind force of the ice-wind vents for 240 months. Xiangbei was in a daze. His tone was like that of a nightmare. It was the Iron Mountain Royal Palace and the North Snow Royal Palace. They worked together to destroy the Westwater tribe. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and the concentrated wind blades shot out like a torrential rain. If they want to go south, no one will dare to stop them. Xiangbei licked his lips and said in an ethereal tone, "She's a goddess of war, a true god of war. She's invincible, and no one can stop her footsteps." Someone said. Xiangbei finally came back to his senses. The shocking scene of that battle had given him a great impact. The powerful Westwater tribe was like a piece of paper in front of that flood. Mu Jixia's target was the icy wind gap, the deepest part of the icy wind canyon. "How many days have you been hungry?" Mu Jixia said with a smile. He didn't put on any airs as he casually walked to the other end of the table, picked up the dagger on the table, and cut off a piece of lamb leg meat, minding his own business and eating. The strong wind blew the white light into a long tail. He had a few bold guesses about where the other end of the star door led to. From the first moment he saw the icy wind gap, he had a feeling that he could use this huge starry door. It was this intuition that drove him to spend 20 years recording and investigating. Some of his guesses were gradually confirmed. It was the most ordinary of standard armor, and it was covered with small scars. It looked very old, but one could see that the wearer had maintained it with great care. Other than the pure, white light around his body, Mu Jixia was no different from an ordinary soldier. His face was weathered, his beard was unkempt, his hair was a little white, and his eyes were deep. The bone-piercing chill caused the energy in their bodies to be consumed at an alarming rate. He nodded and strode into the hall. In the hall, a half-naked man was chewing on the table. Mu Jixia was surprised. War? Where wasn't there a war? Furthermore, isn't it normal to fight in the savage continent? Back at the encampment, Mu Jixia received a report from his subordinate. "Xiangbei of the Blackwater tribe is waiting for you." The West Water Tribe was one of the large tribes that had the potential to establish an imperial court. How could such a tribe be easily destroyed? A huge icy wind appeared in front of him. The ice-wind gap, with a diameter of more than 60 kilometers, was like the entrance to hell. In front of it, humans were so insignificant. Walking there, the wind had reached its peak, but there were no screams because the speed of the wind had surpassed the speed of sound. An endless stream of wind and chill surged out from the gigantic ice-wind gap. The rapidly flowing wind refracted light rays, and the gigantic ice-wind gap distorted the light rays, as though it was a starry door. He paused for a moment and looked at Mu Jixia. The fear in his eyes mixed with a trace of anticipation, like an unstoppable ray of light in the endless darkness. Mu Jixia walked for about 10 minutes before reaching the place. The wind was extremely strong, and even he revealed a serious look. The light aura around his body became even brighter, his speed slowed down, and every step he took was extremely stable. The astonishing wind blades were extremely cold. The white light seemed to evaporate, causing Mu Jixia's energy consumption to increase by a few times. But the Honorable Martial Continent did not act blindly without thinking. The reason why the savage continent was so mysterious in the eyes of the people was because it had never been conquered before. In history, there were many ambitious heroes who wanted to conquer the savage continent, but no one had ever succeeded. He was not an agile general and did not have many genius ideas. He only had persevering willpower and patience to advance step by step. Light tail 1 meter. Pa! The dagger in Mu Jixia's hand was broken. Pursuing the Honorable Martial Continent's strategy of encroaching, the Honorable Martial Continent's influence in the savage continent was expanding step by step. Mu Jixia's infiltration of the savage continent continued to deepen. The intelligence reports and information flowed like water to Mu Jixia's table. Mu Jixia carefully chewed on the mutton, and after a moment he asked, "What? Could it be that the road wasn't peaceful?" The mysterious savage continent slowly lifted its veil in front of Mu Jixia, revealing its chaotic, barbaric, and powerful true face. Mu Jixia recorded it down. He kept his steel sword and stared at the gigantic ice-wind gap in front of him, even though he had seen it countless of times. But every time he looked at the gigantic ice-wind gap, he could not help but exclaim in admiration at the miraculous nature and the immense power it contained. Outstanding military generals would always have a flash of inspiration, but to use 20 years to complete its willpower was extremely rare. The Blackwater tribe was a small tribe nearby, and was one of the first tribes to interact with the Wei Yiguan continent, and the two of them had known each other for a long time. The current Honorable Martial Continent's influence continued to grow, and they continued to build friendships with the big tribes. But Mu Jixia still treated Shangbei as an esteemed guest, and did not neglect him because the Blackwater tribe was weak. Mu Jixia unsheathed the steel sword at his waist, which was covered with a layer of dense white light. Mu Jixia's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. The savage continent was the most chaotic place, and it was extremely normal for the tribes to fight with each other. That was also the reason why the savage continent's trade routes were cut off. If the caravans were to encounter them, their goods would be plundered, and if worse, their goods would be lost. As though he did not feel anything, step by step, he walked to the ice-wind gap. "You guys can stop here." Although the savage continent had many tribes and were constantly fighting with each other, but upon encountering an enemy invasion, they would unite and erupt with astonishing power. When he heard the news, his first reaction was that it was preposterous, but he knew that Shangbei was a steady man and would definitely not speak nonsense. He shook his head. "I do not know either, but I heard a few rumors saying that it was a woman, a godlike woman." Tai Ji and Ming kneeled at her feet and worshipped her as their master. She brought her army south, and no one could stop her. She was like a war god, undefeatable and undefeatable. The Gold Forest King Court was not willing to let her pass, and was defeated by her. Their reputation fell, and they were so scared that they could only move west. On the way back, I heard that the Gold Forest King Court no longer exists, his subordinates betrayed him, and his head was sent to the war goddess. The Gold Forest King Court's tribes were all devoured by her. The light barrier on the soldiers' bodies started to spark, and they had difficulty moving forward. But that was not the most painful thing. The most painful thing was the cold intent contained in the wind. The Ice Wind Canyon was the origin of the cold air in the entire Wei Yiguan continent, and the reason why the Wei Yiguan continent was covered in snow all year round was because of the Ice Wind Canyon. This cautious and conscientious attitude made him deeply loved and respected by the soldiers, as well as the trust of the Honorable Marshal Continent's higher-ups. Very few people knew that Mu Jixia was guarding the Wei Yiguan continent and had an unknown mission. I starved for 12 days. Xiangbei mumbled, I almost could not return. Mu Jixia walked inside without looking back. The white light around his body became even denser, like a sun in the raging winds. The soldiers behind him watched their master strolling leisurely with fanatical gazes. 20 years of perseverance was a terrifying power. The gigantic ice wind gap was a gigantic star door. The Wei Yiguan continent was famous for its bitter cold. It was bordered to the savage continent, and the extreme cold energy caused the place to only have one season. The one guarding the place was the number one of the 5 honorable martial tigers, Mu Jixia. Mu Jixia had always been guarding the Wei Yiguan continent and rarely left. Compared to the other 4's illustrious achievements, his achievements were nothing to write home about. But his position as the number one of the 5 honorable martial tigers had never wavered. Westwater Tribe. Mu Jixia stopped what he was doing, his face gloomy. The Westwater Tribe and the Blackwater Tribe both had the word water, but the 2 tribes' strengths were as different as heaven and earth. The Westwater Tribe was one of the few large tribes in the central region of the Savage Continent. They were extremely powerful, and their patriarch Chi-Tu was even more ambitious. Mu Jixia immediately sensed something strange. What? How did they join hands? Mu Jixia's tone became serious. The Wei Yiguan continent was covered in snow. The raging winds mixed with snowflakes the size of goose feathers, causing the entire place to be covered in white. It was difficult to see anything beyond 3M. His entire body released a pure white light aura, and he strolled leisurely in the berserk wind and snow. The Westwater Tribe was destroyed. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiangbei was in a daze. His tone was erratic. Xiangbei, who had finally eaten his fill, gulped down a mouthful of hot wine, then raised his head in satisfaction. He gasped for breath, then said, "We met with a war." The Honorable Martial Continent had been eyeing the Savage Continent for a long time and was different from the other continents, as the Honorable Martial Continent had a certain level of understanding of the Savage Continent. Although the Savage Continent's living environment was terrible, but it was not as barren and desolate as the rumors said. On the contrary, the Savage Continent had a few special products that could make the Honorable Martial Continent even stronger. Xiangbei was in a daze, and after a moment, his face revealed a strange expression. He turned and left. After many years of observation and recording, he realized that the changes in the wind at the ice wind gap had a unique pattern. They walked into a large canyon, and the deeper they went, the stronger the wind became. Ever since Mu Jixia guarded the Wei Yiguan continent, not only did he not attack the Savage Continent, he even took the initiative to repair the relationship with the surrounding tribes and encouraged trade. Although the Honorable Martial Continent's trade was not as developed as the southern region, but compared to the backward Savage Continent, it was still much more prosperous. Chapter 754. The Null Division had the best adaptability to the new formation, since they were already used to it from their daily training, and to them, it was just a brand new tactic. Although the others like Gu Shui and the rest were extremely hardworking, but they were still far from being qualified. To be able to persevere for 20 years, his determination was extremely firm and would not be easily shaken. For them to be able to stand out from so many people, regardless of willpower or talent, they were all outstanding. Your current life can't be said to be good, but it's still free. Mu Jixia sighed. I have seen it all for the past few years. The Honorable Martial Continent and the Savage Continent have been communicating with each other for 20 years, and with the Black Water Tribe, as an example, everyone's days are much better than before. If we are truly united, will our days be better than now? He rushed back to the Black Water Tribe and found his son and spoke softly. Get everyone to prepare. Throw away the things that you do not need and bring everyone out of here. The Sin domain had been separated from the army system for a few hundred years, and they were extremely unfamiliar with the army system. His son was shocked. Father, what happened? He summarized the training experience in his mind. Xiang Bei left the Honorable Martial Continent's encampment amidst the snow and wind. His dazed expression disappeared. He turned to look at the Honorable Martial Continent's encampment that had already become blurry. Where was the dazed look in his eyes? That's right. The powerful West Water Tribe was completely swallowed, and the even stronger Gold Forest King Court was also defeated. They are truly too strong. Mu Jixia's face was filled with shock, but then he changed the topic. With the northern heroes joining hands, what will the southern tribes do? One of them was the twin sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi. They were telepathically connected and protected Han Bingning from both sides, the three of them forming a triangle offensive formation. He was like a blind zither player, gently plucking a string. Nietxiu, who could not see anything, had a smile on his face. His clothes fluttered without any wind, and the yin-yang formation quietly formed. The undulation came from Taixia. It was their secret signal. An enemy had infiltrated. Xiang Bei left the Honorable Martial Continent's encampment in a daze. Along the way, there were many soldiers who were familiar with Xiang Bei and asked him about it. But Xiang Bei only shook his head and did not speak. The Black Water Tribe did not have many people and quickly finished cleaning up. Everyone stood up one after another. For them, every round of training required them to put in 120% of their effort. Especially Victor and the others, they had never experienced such high-intensity group training. For example, Su Anzhong's usual training intensity would only be higher than this kind of training, but he didn't need to be distracted by others. He wouldn't interrupt training just because his teammates weren't in sync. Xiang Bei's news brought a great shock to Mu Jixia, but what truly provoked Mu Jixia was Xiang Bei's gaze when he said those words. It was like a dagger stabbing Mu Jixia's heart. Qin Zhen's strength was so valiant, even the slightest movement of grass in the wind, he would be able to detect the abnormality. Although he had not broken through to the law surface, but his law threads were already extremely close to perfection. Nietxiu smirked. Let's head north. Everyone, take a break. We'll come back in 4 hours. Our training this time is the 3 yin-yang transformation tactic. Everyone, take a good look at it. In the night, the Black Water Tribe was in a hubbub of voices. The people were panicking, but fortunately, Xiang Bei's prestige in the tribe was extremely high. In the past, it was precisely because of Xiang Bei's determination to maintain a connection with the Honorable Martial Continent that the Black Water Tribe's life had undergone an earth-shattering change. They would rather follow a goddess of war than accept the supreme Honorable Martial Continent. Again, Gu Shui wiped the perspiration off his forehead, his expression unswerving determination. Mu Jixia's eyes flashed with a stern look. He said, Use all of our informants. I want to obtain all the information on this woman. In less than 4 hours, Nietschio had completely recovered. He could not see with his eyes, but the minute changes in the formation could not escape his senses. At this time, everyone in the formation had recovered their strength, but he did not immediately start. After Xiangbei left, Mu Jixia's face darkened. Their individual strengths were much stronger than the Null Division members, and tactics were not a problem for them. The most important problem was their rhythm. They had to perfectly assimilate into everyone's rhythm, and not let everyone follow their rhythm. Mu Jixia patted Xiangbei's shoulder, and laughed without saying a word. Another ripple quietly arrived. Tai Xia's scouting ability was extremely outstanding, especially since he was different from ordinary scouts. He did not rely on the undulations of laws, but the vibrations of the air. Nietschio's formation had an invisible thread that connected the Iron Scorpion. Nietschio lowered his head, his hair drooped down, and no one could see his expression. No one could see the killing intent that flashed past Nietschio's face. It must be Qinzhen. Mu Jixia's words were not without reason. Since ancient times, the savage continents north and south had a huge difference, and there were many conflicts between the two sides. Yes. Suddenly, an almost inaudible voice rang out from the corner of the room, and a shadow disappeared. With such a powerful strength, and the person who had the highest possibility of killing his way back to Purple Cuckoo City. The first person that popped up in his mind was Qinzhen. The Null Division, led by a Maori, and Han Bingning was the foundation of the formation. If Gu Shui and the rest were able to assimilate into the formation, they could greatly increase the might of the formation, but the basic operation of the formation did not rely on them. Xiangbei gave a simple order. He did not explain the reason, and all the people who trusted them followed him. In the night snow, Xiangbei's eyes were as bright as stars. He yearned for the sun to rise. Purple Cuckoo City. According to the requirements of training, everyone stood in their positions. Every training session, they would give it their all and did not dare to be careless. They were stronger, and their eyesight was more outstanding. They could see that once they truly assimilated into the formation would be able to unleash an immense might. The person who improved the most was out of everyone's expectations. Suddenly, an extremely obscure undulation was transmitted to Nietschio. Nietschio said calmly. Xiangbei's face became even worse. Noticing that Xiangbei's gaze had landed on the broken dagger in his hand, he sighed. Your news has truly shocked me. Nietschio closed his eyes and rested. Nietschio, who could not see anything, sneered. His senses were extremely sharp, but he did not sense anything, which meant that the intruder was extremely powerful. Everyone nodded their heads, feeling that Nietschio's words were reasonable. Nietschio did not say anything. He did not tell anyone. Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and all of them started to lie down. The two heroes of the Northern Lands are now her left and right arms. Mu Jixia said indifferently, let's not talk about whether or not the female war goddess is their puppet. If the savage continent is unified, will the North be the leader or the South? The sudden appearance of the female war goddess had broken his plans. He could not sit and watch the unification of the savage continent. It meant that his plans had failed, and meant that the honorable Marshall continent had completely lost the possibility of obtaining the savage continent. Xiangbei revealed a look of understanding, and sighed. That's right. If I were to hear the news like you, I would not dare believe it either. In truth, Mu Jixia had long understood this point, but after 20 years of management, he had more or less developed a sense of closeness to the savage humans. Because of that, he could not help but have a trace of fantasy, but upon seeing Xiangbei's gaze, he completely woke up. They who were serious improved quickly. Gu Shui, Su and Zhong, Roland Su, Victor, Ben Sun, all of them looked as though they were facing a great enemy. Nietzsche continued. Everyone practiced the 3 yin-yang transforms yesterday, but they did not complete it well. We were worried that it was because of the training. So today we will have a break. Everyone perform well. Xiang Bei's heart shook upon hearing that, and his face immediately became ugly. The so-called training was their common phrase. It meant that they did not spit out their strength, but kept their training. And the break was to let go of their hands and truly attack. Gu Shui still had physical strength, but the rest were exhausted, and if they continued to train, the results would not be good. Nietzsche's own mental state was similarly exhausted, and he needed time to recover. Gu Shui and the rest were surprised. They had just trained in the yin-yang rings, which was a defensive tactic. Why did it suddenly change to the 3 yin-yang transforms? The 3 yin-yang transforms was an offensive tactic, and they had trained for the entire day yesterday. There's no time to talk. Xiang Bei said, "Go inform everyone now." There was an enemy invasion. The rest of the people around her were already swaying left and right, all of them looking extremely miserable. Victor was the most miserable. He was naturally undisciplined, and the strict discipline made him feel that he could not handle it. Roland Sue was also in a sorry state. She looked at Gu Shui with admiration. They were both women, but Gu Shui's performance was much more outstanding than hers. Even Ben's son, who had the best physical strength, was unable to take it. Su Zhong was much better. He was from the hardship sect and had a strong willpower. Although he was exhausted, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nietzsche told Tai Xie not to use it for the time being. To him, it was enough to know the enemy's general location. The other person who had improved was Ping Xiaoshan. His improvement was because he had to continuously use spatial laws to break open the golden steel gravel. Victor and Ben Sen's injuries required a large amount of life origin essence, and with so many people training, they required a lot of life origin essence. Every day, he would be as tired as a dead dog, but it was because of the high intensity and high precision training that his laws improved at an astonishing rate. At that time, Mu Zhixia completely understood that he was an outsider to the entire savage continent. Regardless of how many resources or rations he brought to the savage continent, as long as he tried to advance into the savage continent, he would definitely encounter intense resistance from the entire savage continent. Even if it was the Black Water tribe in front of him, they would definitely fight him to the end. Tai Xie had grasped the general location of the enemy, but because he was afraid that the enemy would sense it, he did not dare to lock onto the enemy. Nietzsche was probably afraid that they would forget, and thus no one had any suspicions. He raised his head as though nothing had happened, and spoke as per normal. "Rest time is over. Prepare for the next round of training." The savage continent that was in chaos, the savage continent that was in constant war, and the honorable martial continent needed the savage continent, was the savage continent that the honorable martial continent needed. It was to the point that Nietzsche had arranged a position for Ping Xiaoshan in the formation, causing him to be extremely excited. What caused everyone to be dumbstruck was that Ping Xiaoshan's positioning was extremely good. As though he did not train much, he had perfectly assimilated into Nietzsche's formation. Chapter 755. At that time, Su Xiangdong did not stop at all and pounced straight for Purple Cuckoo City. At that time, the terrifying power from East Immortal City that soared into the sky caused his heart to palpitate and his face to change. That is the highest level of power. Even if it is just an arm of the death god holding onto the death god's scythe, it is enough. Compared to them, Han Bingning's team was much quieter. All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding discipline. This was not so obvious when they were prisoners, but instead displayed their arrogance and untamed nature. But in the training grounds, they worked hard without any complaints, and all of the orders were completed meticulously. He recognized Victor and the rest, but he did not recognize the rest, as their temperament was extremely similar to the prisoners back home. It was his first time seeing so many null division prisoners, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. The formation in front of him was like an awakened monster that was constantly moving its body. He thought, this blind man is most likely the true leader of the null division. If I can capture this blind man, maybe I can make all of the arrogant and untamed null division prisoners obediently listen to me. But how old are they? Following the changes in the formation, the frequency of their breathing gradually became uniform. With the death of Ghostface Mask, Purple Cuckoo City became defenseless in his eyes. In the huge training grounds, there were only the sound of footsteps and the heavy breathing, as though they were prehistoric beasts that were swallowing the sun and moon. The people shuttling back and forth were like springs that had been compressed to the extreme and were suddenly released, but he did not mind it. To him, this level of alertness only made him feel that it was slightly troublesome. He quietly snuck into Purple Cuckoo City and very quickly realized that all of the important figures of Purple Cuckoo City were actually in the training grounds. Every time the formation revolved, when it came to Victor and the rest, there would be a slight delay. Just at that moment, the blind young man who was seated cross-legged suddenly pressed down with both of his hands. This sound, is that breathing? Victor and the rest rejoiced in their hearts. They did not hug the wrong thigh. Seeing Ben's son, who was dejected from the blow, everyone was filled with sympathy. All of them, in terms of individual strength, were all mini versions of Ben Senator's. Gu Shui was the strongest. Her role was unique, and her status was equal to Han Bingning and a Maori. Su and Zhong, Victor, Roland Su, and Ben's son were one rank lower, but with the addition of 4 yang points, it allowed the formation to become more sturdy and had more variations. Ping Xiaoshan, who had recently become much stronger, was the most inconspicuous yang point. Han Bingning and Amauri were the 2 most important yang points in this formation. The yang point was the fulcrum of the battle formation. However, only 2 yang points were too weak for the entire battle formation. He needed more yang points. The addition of Gu Shui and the rest would greatly improve the entire battle formation. Right team, pay attention. Curve, small curve, don't walk in a straight line. Guesses were guesses, knowledge was knowledge, but in the end, no one had seen an army before, and no one knew what a real army was like. This thought moved him even more. He felt that he had made the right decision to come here. Very good. The terrifying blade aura caused the air to tremble, and everything in his field of vision became dim. He traveled day and night without resting, and at that moment, he needed to seize every second. Whoever seized the initiative, even if it was just for an hour, would be able to change the entire situation. From the start, he had never thought that Ghostface Mask would be able to survive such a terrifying technique, much less contend against it. It was another level of power, and even if it was not complete, it was enough to suppress Ghostface Mask. Suddenly, his gaze pierced through the layers of people and landed on the blind man who sat solemnly in the center. Su Xiangdong's face finally changed. Nie Qiu did not feel happy or sad. It was a problem of tacit understanding. The current situation was much better than before. At the start, the few of them were like headless flies that randomly bumped into the formation, causing the formation to turn upside down. But Nie Qiu did not give up, although he already had a Maori and Han Bingning, the 2 experts, in his yin-yang formation. He was able to activate it. The increase in yang points caused the formation to become stronger, but at the same time, it also caused the formation to become more complicated, and the difficulty of training became higher. The rumors regarding the null division prisoners had long spread throughout the Sin domain, and the group of people all had the same aura. Many people guessed that it was an army, although armies had long disappeared from the Sin domain, but a lot of related knowledge was still passed down. I can consider it. All of them are not that strong. This way, I can leave a strong impression in their hearts and make them fear me in the future." The blind man seemed to have sensed his gaze and suddenly smiled. The breathing sounds of the few hundred people converged into one like a dragon or snake. The entire place could hear it clearly, as though it was right beside their ears. Their breathing continued to adjust. His gaze landed on Niet Xiao, who was in the middle of the group. All of the orders were given by the blind man. The laws on the blind man's body seemed to be unique, but Su Xiangdong did not take it to heart. In the Sin domain, there were many unique laws, and it was nothing strange. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. The moving silhouettes shuttled back and forth, as smooth as quicksilver flowing on the ground. But what truly caused his heart to palpitate was the sound of breathing. Everyone's breathing was actually the same. Su Xiangdong's heart tensed up. Ben Sun had always been the most famous person in the Purple Cuckoo City, but amongst the group of people, he was actually not that outstanding. If Master Ghostface Mask did not mention it, Ben Sun would not understand how a Maori's terrifying beast king-grade body was born. The ordinary members of the Null Division all had tyrannical bodies that were not inferior to him. Every single one of their bodies were as though they were cast from copper and iron, containing terrifying strength. To any family, such subordinates were something they yearned for even in their dreams. Pay attention to your position. Pay attention to your front and left. Do not exceed 5 steps. Pay attention to your position. Or use your pressure to suppress the entire place. Looking down from the sky, one could see 2 different colored blade, auras that resembled snakes or waves, moving about and stacking on top of each other. The Null Division prisoners were disobedient, and to the various families it was a huge problem. And until now, no one had solved the problem. Seems like the key to solving the problem is the blind man in front of me. Their individual strength was inferior to a Maori and Han Bingning, and even worse than Gu Shui, their tactics were 0. And in the future, would there still be a place for them in the group? A Maori also kept quiet. He no longer roared, and similarly adjusted his breathing. If they were trained, well, they would be able to synchronize their breathing in the blink of an eye, but they were obviously unable to do so, and needed to repeatedly adjust their breathing. The undulations that came from afar caused him to feel fear, and if he was truly in the middle of it, he would definitely not be able to escape death. A group of beast-grade bodies that were comparable to Black Benson, it was a terrifying scene that caused people to tremble. The yin-yang formation that Niet Xiao had gained enlightenment on was something that even Victor, an experienced and knowledgeable person, had never seen before. It did not require any power of the physique. Such a unique attribute caused everyone to click their tongues in wonder. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the scene, his pupils constricting. Looking at these young faces, everyone couldn't help but be speechless in their hearts. Being young meant that they had limitless potential, their foundations were already so solid, and their future achievements were limitless. A group of youths with such solid foundations. As long as they were given time, their future would be unimaginable. When the blade light converged, Han Bingning and a Maori's aura rose to its peak. They took action at the same time, and 2 dazzling blade auras that were over 100 m long swept out. The intense sense of urgency made them work extremely hard. Tactics were foreign to them, but they were all outstanding figures and quickly understood it. Su Xiangdong's heart jumped inexplicably. He felt as though a terrifying power was forming. Yin-yang formation, with the yin as the front line and the yang as the formation point. Su Xiangdong hid in the shadows in the corner, quietly observing the group of people on the training grounds, his heart trembling with fear and joy. Left team, pay attention to your footsteps. The figures were like afterimages brought about by high speed, and they came one after another like the waves of the sea. They raised their guillotine blades high up in the air, enveloped by all sorts of light auras. all of the muscles on their bodies tensed up. Su Xiangdong, who was hiding in the shadows, was determined to obtain all of the prisoners. With so many Null Division prisoners, I can definitely sweep the entire Sin domain. Su Xiangdong was a cautious man. He did not immediately take action, but observed from the shadows. Blind and frail, this fellow's strength wasn't that high. A Maori's loud voice came out from time to time in the group. His eyes were wide open in anger. He was extremely motivated. His team was invading like fire. After staying together for a few days, the last bit of arrogance in Victor and the rest's hearts had already disappeared. The process of the Null Division members gaining enlightenment on law threads caused Victor and the rest to be dumbstruck. Gaining enlightenment on law threads was not a difficult thing, but it was the first time they had seen it so easily and effortlessly, and furthermore, there were so many of them doing it. In any team, the leader's temperament would affect the entire team's temperament, and Han Bingming's iceberg-like calmness caused her team to display a similar temperament. They were usually silent and would automatically adjust themselves. Chi. Could this be an army? The undulations of the Een threads made the entire formation seem as though it had suddenly come alive. Groups of Null Division members followed the Een threads of the formation, weaving in and out, advancing and changing positions. The aura of the formation continued to change. Rush forward, slash downwards. Su Xiangdong was thinking. He did not understand the complicated and chaotic changes in the training grounds. He could not be bothered to understand. He was trying his best to think of a way to rush in and capture the blind man. When he rushed to Purple Cuckoo City, he quickly realized that it was heavily guarded. But in the end, they were no longer surprised. How are they humans? They are completely a group of human-shaped beasts. The power of the physique in their bodies surged like wild beasts, and out of the few of them, only Ben Sun could compare to them. Chapter 756. Outside of this frenzied wave of attacks, there were two teams on the left and right. They were Han Bingming and a Maori, who had attacked first. But again, that was all. Like an arrow, the sword ray pierced through a phoenix and a sleeve at the same time. Compared to the Roland family's soft water sleeve, Su Xiangdong's evaluation of phoenix fire was higher. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Teopiot family had comprehended 500 types of fire elemental laws, choosing the strongest 13 and fusing them together to form the phoenix fire. Su Xiangdong was a little surprised. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This sword's target wasn't him. Two-blade, auras swept past the top of his head. The heart-palpitating berserk aura swept past his head like a steel brush, causing his scalp to go numb. A chill ran down Su Xiangdong's spine. His heart sank. When did the other party discover him? Regardless of whether he managed to slash or not, he would roll on the ground to give himself some space. Su Xiangdong immediately felt the pressure. Those multicolored sword rainbows pierced straight into his heart. It was impossible to defend against, but they did not have any killing intent. "Do you want me to die of heartbreak?" Su Xiangdong sneered in his heart. But when her figure appeared, there was a momentary pause in his mind. Gu Shui, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Groups of Null Division members carrying their guillotine blades rushed towards Su Xiangdong from all directions. Their physique was like that of wild beasts. Coupled with the large guillotine blades that were the size of doors, every step they took shook the earth and mountains. The incomparably dense slashes didn't give him any time to think or counterattack. His strength was constantly being consumed, and cracks appeared in the spatial barrier. There were a few slashes that didn't even deviate. The terrifying power made him feel like he was being rammed by a wild beast. Kill! One after another, beast-like silhouettes came from all directions. They were like the waves of the sea, advancing wave after wave. Every one of them only needed one slash to turn them into demons. This was the new move that she had comprehended, the screen of unsevering yearning. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if Gu Shui could trap Su Xiangdong for 20 breaths of time, she would still be defeated in the end due to her lack of killing methods. Fortunately, Gu Shui was not alone. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of dense footsteps rang out in his ears, as if a herd of beasts was madly charging towards him. She raised the monarch yearning strike high up in the air. Countless rainbow swords surged out from the sword blade. Like ribbons exploding in a festival, they poured down from the sky, dragging long rainbow tails behind them, transforming into a large rainbow light screen, enveloping the entire field. Su Xiangdong's brows twitched. This sword ray exuded a faint aura of the life and death law. He had heard that a traitor had appeared in the Su family. He did not cultivate the seal of life and death, but chose to cultivate the sword. The wind was Ben's son, the fire was Victor, the water was Su, and the sword intent was Su Anzhong. The collision of laws of opposite natures produced an astonishing power, not to mention that there was even a wind wall sealing them off. The distance between every member had been meticulously calculated, and that was Niechio's pursuit of the highest frequency of attacks. Su Xiangdong felt it deeply. The slashes were like a torrential storm. There was no gap at all. It was so dense that it made people despair. The four of them were roused, even though they had trained in law surfaces, but the power of the physique was useful to any martial artist. The four of them activated their own laws, and four bright young dots appeared, resonating with Gu Shui, who was even more dazzling in the sky. Gu Shui, who was in the sky, was calm. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere. Su Xiangdong immediately understood that it was Ben's senator. His admiration for Ben's son was much higher than the other two to be able to comprehend the minor and minor winds from the wind blade. They were all powerful people. But it was a pity she was too old. The power projected by the yearning law surface made her feel unprecedentedly strong. There was no killing intent on her face, only gentleness. Kill, kill, kill. The member was vexed, but he knew that it was not the time to be vexed. He threw away his blade and anxiously rolled away. The two of them looked at each other and moved out at the same time. Just at that moment, a black and white sword aura suddenly shot out from the water sleeves and phoenix fire. Monarch Yearning Strike was a large sword with a wide hilt, and Gu Shui's hands were small, requiring both hands to wield it. The sword hilt was wrapped with auspicious rainbow ropes, and at the end of the ropes was a string of red beans. The sword guard was shaped like a swallow's wing, and the wide sword body had 7 straight rainbow lines. Su Anzhong and the other 3 stood in 4 corners at that moment. In Niechio's gray world, their entire bodies were releasing dazzling light auras, and their yang dots became even brighter. I need to retaliate. The 30M wide blade aura was like a wall of light that whistled through the air. The gorgeous colors formed a beautiful and dazzling light scar in the air. 2 blade auras crushed down with a terrifying trembling sound. How did they discover me? Life and death laws? The explosion caused by the sword auras was like throwing a torch into a barrel of gunpowder. The originally peaceful phoenix fire and water sleeves clashed with each other in the wall of wind. The continuous explosions lit up at the same time. Su Xiangdong's face changed. He could not care about anything else. He released the power of his law surface, causing the space around him to distort. Su Xiangdong sneered. That's perfect. The space around him distorted. As long as the water sleeves got close to him, they would slide past him. And none of them were able to touch his clothes. A faint sorrow that was like an unfathomable mist pervaded out from his body, causing his mind to be in a daze. The screen of Yearning Strike could not be broken by brute force. The blade could not sever yearning. The beautiful and gentle sword rainbows did not harm people, but only awakened the yearning hidden deep in people's hearts. From the initial panic to the current calmness, it only took 1 to 2 breaths of time. All of these techniques looked powerful, but in his eyes, they were not as shocking as the sword rainbows. He was too familiar with all of these laws. They were strong, but they were not on the same level as him, and the threat they posed to him was pitifully small. The dazzling light aura from the explosion caused Su Xiangdong's vision to turn white. Su Xiangdong felt uneasy. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a hunter to a prey. It was sudden and without any warning. He did not know how the enemy had discovered his methods, or what kind of attack they had planned. It was this unknown that made him feel uneasy. Su Xiangdong's mind trembled. His vision turned into a rainbow of colors, and his heart suddenly felt pain. In that moment, Su Xiangdong, who regained his senses, made a decision. When being ambushed, if he only dodged, it would only make him more and more passive, and counterattacking could often disrupt the enemy's rhythm and give him the chance to survive and turn the situation around. What is this? When the nearest Null Division team was 10 m away from Su Xiangdong, they suddenly leapt up, the large guillotine blades on their shoulders raised up high. The suspicion flashed past his mind, but he did not have the time to think about the details. The enemy has discovered me but pretended not to notice, and suddenly launched an attack. It is a premeditated sneak attack. He roared out. All the muscles in his body tensed up. The thin King Kong clothes seemed to be on the verge of exploding. He glared angrily and slashed down with all his might. He secretly nodded his head in his mind. This sword is rather proficient. Gu Shui's screen of unsevering yearning was unique, but she had only gained enlightenment for a short period of time, and could only maintain it for a short period of time, only 20 breaths of time. Su Xiangdong's face suddenly changed. He groaned. A light aura flashed past his body. The space beneath his feet distorted, the ground strangely crumbled, and he sank into the ground. He flicked his finger towards the sword, aura, his heart proud. So what if it's the life and death sword? Can it break through my spatial barrier? The screen of unsevering yearning was immediately filled with wind, fire, water, and sword concepts. His entire body flashed with a light aura. His body disappeared. And in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in the sky. He was shocked. But to think they can use that against me, they are still far from it. Damn it, I missed. When Su Xiangdong reacted, the blade aura was only 15 m away from him. He could even clearly see the countless of tiny blade auras breaking through the air and causing ripples. This combination was indeed exquisite, but it also exhausted the strength of the four of them. The strange sword rainbow light barrier was truly powerful, but Su Xiangdong was clear that such a powerful light barrier would consume an astonishing amount of energy and would not be able to maintain it for long. The wind in his hand was truly outstanding. The water sleeves and the phoenix flames that were originally pushed away by him were actually retracted by him and surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Bang, bang, bang. He flicked his finger, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The flames that were floating towards him seemed to be pushed away by an invisible hand and floated outwards. Let me see how long you can last. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt an indescribable aura enveloping him, his pupils constricted. The enemy was right above him. Phoenix fire. The two completely different laws of water and fire clashed together, releasing dazzling light regiments. At the same time, the wind that was initially not strong suddenly became as hard as steel. Just at that moment, the wind suddenly blew. The phoenix flames that were just pushed away were once again blown towards Su Xiangdong. His pupils constricted, one after another. The flames that were like bright flowers floated in the water sleeves and the sword rainbow. Gu Shui was naturally compatible with the monarch yearning strike, as she possessed the snow rainbow blood meridians. In Qin Zhen's illusion, she had bitterly tempered her willpower, and her understanding of the monarch yearning strike had long surpassed Wang Yang's. And when she saw Tang Tian in such a hopeless situation, all of her accumulations flowed naturally, and she immediately gained enlightenment on the yearning law. Because of her profound accumulation, her enlightenment on the yearning law was unobstructed, and she directly gained enlightenment on her law surface. Threads of red light seeped out from the null division members' bodies. Following the crisscrossing Yin lines, they permeated into their bodies. It was the purest power of the physique. Everything happened too suddenly, and the distance between the two parties was too close. Even with the protection of the spatial barrier, Su Xiangdong felt as though he was struck by a heavy blow. His body trembled, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The explosion had exhausted a full third of Su Xiangdong's law surface. The momentum of a few hundred people sprinting at the same time was actually not inferior to a herd of beasts. But a pity the Teopiot family had withered away. Victor's talent was not bad, but he was too playful, frivolous, and impetuous, and would not amount to much. Bang! Su Xiangdong's hair was in a mess, his face filled with killing intent. He did not place any of the four of them in his eyes, but he never expected that they would actually suffer such a heavy blow. Beneath their feet, two Yin lines extended towards Su Xiangdong, who was surrounded. Just at that moment, the black and white sword aura suddenly shifted. Just at that moment, countless of waters snaked through the yearning sword rainbow. Su Xiangdong snorted in his heart. It was the Roland family's soft water sleeves. It was a good absolute technique, but it was a pity that Roland was not strong enough and was unable to unleash its true might. Su Xiangdong was completely stunned. The power of every slash was not fatal, but it still consumed a lot of his spatial barrier's power. His comrades above him roared out, and the members that were 5 steps away from him also leapt up and slashed down with all their might. It was as though he had slashed onto a ball of slippery moss. The force deviated and brushed past Su Xiangdong and slashed into the ground. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure surfaced in his mind. He had once thought that he would never be able to think of this woman. He had once thought that he had long erased all traces of her from his life. He had once thought that all the bits and pieces of the past had disappeared with the wind. And he had once thought that even if he were to meet her again, his heart would not waver. Kill. Chapter 757. Every step he took, the null flames around his body would become even more intense. The null flames around his body would flutter, and inside the flames, a Maori wielded the large guillotine blade with one hand, his expression cold, as though he was a god of war. Inside the gray world, the crisscrossing Yin lines, the bright yang dots that resembled the sun and moon, formed a rich and layered world. Han Bingning's team had a completely different style, but it was enough. Han Bingning took small steps, but the frequency was as fast as lightning. She slightly lowered her body and swept forward like lightning. The twins behind her, one on the left and one on the right, followed closely behind. The members behind also took small steps. All of them had solemn expressions. A martial artist on the list of powerhouses was actually being suppressed, and he was being suppressed by a group of weak people. He had not completely defended against them. The strange rainbow swords had caused him to be dazed a few times. Although he would quickly regain consciousness every time, but the few times he was dazed, it made him pay a huge price. The spatial barrier was not completely blocked, and a portion of the power from the slashes was transmitted to his body. The unreasonable slashes had its own benefits. Using force to meet force with force, a single person could defeat 10 people, since his technique could not compare to others. Then he would use brute force and numbers to fight. And Gu Shui's screen of unsevered yearning allowed such an intricate formation to be realized, using the wind wall to seal the formation, using the sword concept to ignite the power of water and fire. Such an intricate arrangement showed Niet Chio's meticulousness. One team was as wild as fire, the other cold and sharp, two completely different styles, two completely different auras, both as fast as lightning, both with the same determination. When the dust settled, only a gigantic crater was left, with nothing in it. The members surrounding Su Xiangdong were like a flock of startled birds, all of them scattering in all directions. During training, they did not have much of a feeling, but when they truly fought, they realized how powerful the formation was. The members in front of them who were carrying the large guillotine blades and the dense slashing sounds, all of them were extremely shocked. Kill! Han Bingning's voice was bone-chilling. The cold intent in his body soared to the maximum. The bone-chilling blue sword aura enveloped everyone behind him, his aura becoming one. Kill! A Maori's roar was like thunder. All the power in his body exploded out. The surging sky demon chop attracted a group of attacks that were several times stronger than before. But, however, at this time, they did not have much time to lament. Their gazes involuntarily landed on the two teams that had already started moving, and their spirits were lifted. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. That was Nie Chio's train of thought. But Nie Chio treated it as a feint. To him, his members had only just gained enlightenment on law threads, and that level of law power was considered extremely low level in the Sin domain. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was still difficult for them to achieve a qualitative change. A Maori stepped on the Een line and sprinted. His steps were huge, and each step was extremely heavy. With every step he took, a wisp of heat rose from the soles of his feet. Like a wisp of flame, it drilled into his body. It was incomparably pure flesh power, especially Ben's son. He had tried it before, but after enduring 3 slashes, he was unable to take it. When had the pitiful Su Xiangdong ever been trampled on like this? That's right, it was trampled on. From start to finish, he was completely suppressed. It was still far from what Nie Chio wanted, as half of the members were unable to complete their slashes in time. Su Xiangdong, who had just regained consciousness, had his eyes constricted. The sky in front of him was filled with densely packed black figures. Their gazes landed on Su Xiangdong, who was surrounded, and their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. He actually withstood a total of 300 slashes, although the spatial barrier around him was already filled with cracks, with many of them crumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing, but he did not fall. Bing Ning and a Maori's 2 heavy slashes looked terrifying, but in truth, it was mostly a bluff. Using the power of the Yin-Yang formation, the members gathered their law power and formed an attack. Even in the Sin domain, it was still a top-notch technique. Although his realm was higher, but his physical body was not as tyrannical. Although it was only a portion of the power, it still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The injuries on his body had also affected his law surface and increased the consumption of his law power. Is it finally over? He was at a loss, but a trace of joy rose in his heart. I finally made it through. After withstanding 300 consecutive slashes, Su Xiangdong actually did not fall. He was truly powerful. He gave Han Bingning and a Maori 3 breaths of time to attack. A bone-chilling cold intent pervaded out from the group. Their auras became even sharper, like a sword that was slowly being polished off of its rust, revealing its ice-cold blade. Nie Chio remained calm and composed. The majority of his tactics would always leave some leeway. No matter how outstanding an elite was, he could not ask them to not make any mistakes, nor could he ask them to be perfect. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. All sorts of unexpected situations would occur, and tactics that did not have any leeway would often become riddled with holes. Nie Chio's face revealed a flush of red, his body trembling slightly. The yin-yang formation was activated to its maximum. The power of the physique in the entire formation converged from all directions, following the yin lines, frantically converging towards the two groups. Of course, with such a large surplus, it would naturally affect the might of the formation. But in the current situation, ensuring that the formation could operate normally was far more important than chasing after the greatest might. Nie Chio's thoughts were meticulous and had long thought of what to do if they were to encounter such a situation. Nie Chio's method was simple. If they were not proficient enough, then they would use numbers. In his calculations, he left a large surplus and did not blindly chase after efficiency. He left a large surplus, a fifth, which also meant that even if a fifth of the members made a mistake, the entire tactic would not change. Ben Sun and the other three who had completed their mission were exhausted and could only watch the battle from afar. Previously, they did not sense that there were enemies hiding in the shadows. Until Gu Shui used the screen of unsevered yearning, they awoke from their daze. Luckily for them, their training for the past few days was not wasted. They did not miss the opportunity and quickly reacted. The yin-yang formation was like a large spider web, and Nie Chio was the spider that was waiting for the opportunity. The minute changes in the formation flowed through the yin-yang formation to Nie Chio. He could clearly sense that Su Xiangdong's power of laws inside the formation was close to being exhausted. There were no longer any obstructions in his vision. The most difficult part of the formation was that in the short span of 18 breaths of time, they had to complete enough slashes. Too powerful. That is, he could only instinctively hold onto the spatial barrier and defend, bitterly holding on. Not only did Nie Chio not request for his members to control their strength, but instead, his request was even more extreme. He requested for every member to inject all of the power of the physique in their bodies into their slashes. Nie Chio sat in the center. If something unexpected happens, can we not fight if we are not proficient enough? The spatial barrier instantly crumbled into dust. Su Xiangdong did not even have time to raise his arms before his body was pierced through. The ice-cold sword aura froze him into an ice sculpture. The disbelief on his face froze as well, and the following slashes instantly shattered him. All of them leapt up high, and the loud sound that came out was the sound of them stomping on the ground when they leapt up. Su Xiangdong, who had not recovered from the shock, had a dazed look on his face. His situation was terrible. The spatial barrier around him was filled with cracks, his clothes were tattered, his hair was in a mess, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. Two small groups, each with 50 men, were like two arrows. He placed the true focus of his attacks on his slashes. If they did not reach the quality, they would not be able to threaten the true strong martial artists. Nie Chio looked warm and friendly on the outside, but he was equally proud in his heart. If not, why would he leave Leo Constellation and join Tang Tian? Ever since he entered the Sin domain, his goal had always been to be the strongest martial artists, because they represented the strongest power in the Sin domain. They had trained in the battle formation many times, but they had never truly unleashed the final attack. The four of them were filled with anticipation, especially Ben Sun. The twin sisters were following closely behind Han Bingning. The final fatal attack is coming. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten, and the suffocating slash that covered the heavens and covered the earth disappeared. The members that pounced towards Su Xiangdong like a tide, in his world, they were all extremely high-leveled. His mind was calm as he calmly observed everything. There were still many flaws in their attack rhythm, and that was because they were not proficient enough. The auras of the two small groups continued to rise, and the distance between them and Su Xiangdong was quickly shrinking. The crucial point was that they had sufficient numbers. 629 members gave Nie Chio enough space to do whatever he wanted. His train of thought was inspired by the battle with Lu Tian. To be able to kill Lu Tian, the greatest credit naturally belonged to Tang Tian, but Lu Tian ultimately died under a Maori's blade. That meant that although such a degree of attack was unable to pose a fatal threat to a powerhouse on the list of powerhouses, but it was not completely harmless. Although Nietschio hoped that Tang Tian would be able to fight for time for the Null Division to grow, but as an outstanding general, he would not place all his hopes on Tang Tian, even if he had complete confidence in Tang Tian. He had never experienced such an unreasonable attack before. The torrential slashes pressured him to the point that he could not breathe. The blue sword aura and the demonic slash fiercely clashed onto Su Xiangdong's spatial barrier. The Null Division members possessed powerful physiques, and with the pure power of the physique combined with the heavy demonic slash, they were able to unleash an astonishing might. Such a power naturally had its drawbacks. For example, it had to be in close combat. For example, it could not be sustained and was difficult to form waves of attacks. Just at that moment, he heard a loud explosion. The ground beneath his feet trembled, causing him to regain his senses. In the 13 breaths of time, Su Xiangdong had withstood 302 slashes, and even Nietschio could not help but be impressed. As the creator of such a tactic, he was extremely clear of the power of every slash. Behind him, every member had little null flames flowing like water, spreading along the guillotine blade. The little null flames also became more and more vigorous, dragging a long fiery tail. They were like wild beasts, surging with killing intent as they sprinted. The slashes that disregarded the consequences were extremely powerful. Even if it was Ben's son, under the situation of clashing head-on, he was unable to take 3 consecutive slashes. Such a ferocious power. The feedback was extremely shocking, but they had the Shui family's King Kong clothes, which could evenly distribute the power to their entire body. That was why the Null Division members were able to unleash such terrifying slashes without being injured. Ben's son and the rest were shocked, while Nietschio remained calm. Chapter 758. The angry fist seal's red light had cleansed his body, and his origin force had become like that. Don't tell me that Ancestor Li's inheritor is the real one? Tang Tian was surprised, speaking of which, he was truly a fake Ancestor Li's inheritor. Lupus constellation, Ursa major constellation, Draco constellation, Cetus constellation. The air he exhaled carried a bit of a scorching aura. His body contained a vast amount of origin force, making him feel as though he was a bomb that could explode at any time. He even had a misconception that if he moved slightly, he would explode. Compared to Nietschio, Suyi was more optimistic about Zhong Libai, as his methods were more ruthless and ruthless. Tang Tian did not know how powerful Su Xiangdong was, but thinking about how there were so many people in Purple Cuckoo City, with Gu Shui, Nietschio, Amauri, and Han Bingning killing Su Xiangdong was not strange. But when the origin force in his body gradually recovered, he realized that his body contained a vast amount of unstable origin force, and it was a painful thing. He spent a few days before he gradually got used to the origin force in his body and managed to sort it out smoothly. He did not linger on the question, and turned to ask Su Yi, "Then are we going to Sharp Wind City now?" Tang Tian looked at Su Yi and asked with concern, "How is it? Do you feel better?" He was a person who would do anything for the sake of victory. You thought that it was just a small-scale probe, but who knew that it would be the start of a huge war? You thought that it was just a small gamble, but who knew that it would be snatched away by this fellow? Tang Tian took the letter, and without even looking at it, he tore it into pieces and turned to ask Zhong Libai, "Can you still fight? It is truly awkward. This young lad has never encountered such a thing before." After seeing Han Bingning, Amauri, and Nietschio, and seeing Zhong Libai, Sui did not dare to be disrespectful towards the Null Division. The Null Division's strength far exceeded his imagination. Seeing the master's naive look, Su Ye's eyes widened. Is this still the master who is decisive and decisive? What he could not accept was that his enemy was actually killed by the blind man. The two of them were mortal enemies, and it made Zhong Libai feel as though he had swallowed a fly. The series of fallen constellations used hard facts to prove this point. If others saw this, they might even think that His Excellency was innocent and pure. Who would have thought that His Excellency was already pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hi, it was really high. Su Xiangdong is dead. He got off lightly. Zhong Libai couldn't help but speak up. His face was black, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred. They had suffered much in the Su family, and Zhong Libai had suffered even more. Su Xiangdong and the rest thought that Zhong Libai was the leader and wanted him to be the first to submit. Thus they used all sorts of methods on him. He Xin cultivated the law of death and had all sorts of sinister methods. But Zhong Libai quickly realized Master's expression is truly amazing. Tang Tian was stunned. Ancestor Li's successor? In the past few days, he had already confirmed that the Demon Six Seals was not a martial technique used for battle, but a secret technique used to refine the body. However, understanding was one thing. Up until now, he had only comprehended the Angry Fist Seal. The elites of the various families in East Immortal City were disrupted by him and formed their own division called the East Immortal Division. The East Immortal Division had strict military laws, and in a short period of time, the East Immortal Division had a completely new atmosphere. They had suffered so much in the Su family, but upon hearing that Su Xiangdong and He Xin were killed, they did not make things difficult for the Su family's women and children. But for the sake of establishing their might, they did not hesitate to slaughter the families, causing blood to flow like a river. Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Don't be agitated, I did not mean it that way, but—" "Change." Tang Tian was startled, then immediately asked, "What change?" "Master, you don't have to say any more. Let's see how capable Libai is." Without saying a word, Zhong Libai turned around angrily. Sharp Wind City's Fu family said that they found Ancestor Li's successor. Tang Tian was filled with anticipation for the God Fist. He was confident that when the God Fist was truly completed, its might would definitely shock the world. But at the final stage, every small step forward required a huge amount of origin force. Su Ye's face was pale white without any color, as though he had not recovered from a serious illness. His face would occasionally turn ashen white. Witnessing the battle between Tang Tian and He Xin, it had greatly impacted and shocked him. He trained in life and death laws, but had always lacked the tempering of life and death battles. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. He looked to be strong, but his mental state was extremely frail. Witnessing the bitter battle of life and death, he was extremely stubborn and reckless towards victory. For his own beliefs, he was willing to give up everything he had. "I think so." Su Yi continued, "Master's might has long been spread. In the past, everyone treated Master as a joke, but now they are all half believing and half doubting. I heard that when the Fu family patriarch heard that Master is Ancestor Li's successor, he was enraged and said that Master actually dares to impersonate Ancestor Li's successor, and that he will definitely kill Master." Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Rest well, you don't have to worry about this." Luckily for him, he had an even stronger origin force, allowing Tang Tian's Godfist to improve further. If such a ferocious man could not be considered an ambitious and ruthless man, then what kind of man could be? All of the Null Division prisoners in East Immortal City were by Tang Tian's side, including Zhong Libai. The Su family's family members are all here. Su Yi reminded Zhong Libai in Sin Domain it was normal for such a life and death grudge to be annihilated. His mental state was trapped between life and death, causing his law surface to be severely damaged, and the life chi and death chi in his body were already out of control and flowed wantonly. If Su Yi was unable to sort out the life qi and death qi in his body would suffer from fatal damage, and he would die. Zhong Libai glanced at Tang Tian, feeling surprised. He had followed Tang Tian for a short period of time, and his understanding of Tang Tian was still at the time when they were in Leo constellation. In the eyes of the military generals of the Leo constellation, Bear King was definitely an ambitious and ruthless man, and had deep foresight. When they were summarizing Tang Tian's battles, they had found a strange pattern. Tang Tian opened his eyes. The red eyes that were like burning iron gradually dimmed down and became calm again. The six-armed demon in his body was becoming more and more solid. The angry fist seal's flame was jumping around the hand seals as though it was a heart of fire. Zhong Libai's personality was untamed and unruly, and he would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. His path in Leo constellation had been smooth sailing, and when had he ever suffered such hardship? He hated Su Xiangdong, and he XIN'd to the extreme, but he never expected that when he was rescued, he XIN would already be killed by Tang Tian. He had wanted to find Su Xiangdong for revenge, but in the end, Su Xiangdong was killed, and the hatred in his heart had nowhere to be vented. He even felt that it was not bad to continue fighting city by city. At times, Tang Tian would laugh bitterly in his heart. He had painstakingly created a powerful killing technique, but in the end, its consumption far exceeded his own strength. So when Su Yi heard Zhong Libai say that he did not care about the Su family's women and children, he was surprised. Zhong Libai's ponytail immediately stood up. He was infuriated by Tang Tian's question. "Master, are you doubting this subordinate's strength?" Su Ye's expression became strange. There is a change in the situation. The courtyard was heavily guarded. All of the Null Division members that were rescued automatically maintained their vigilance. A group of Null Division members dragged Broken Peak, and before they even reached the Su family's door, the Su family had already sent all of the Null Division prisoners over. Su Yi bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for your concern. It's nothing serious." Leaving Tang Tian and Su Yi to look at each other, "What's going on?" "Yes, it is said that the Fu family had received Ancestor Li's grace in the past and found Ancestor Li's inheritor, and the entire family celebrated. They have invited many famous martial artists and have the intention to hold a gathering." Su Yi scratched his nose. Tang Tian was helpless. Life and death laws was one of the three great laws and was extremely profound and mystical, and he had no way of doing anything about it. Su Yi glanced at the man with the ponytail who occasionally squinted his eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Master subordinates are truly talented people. In the past few days, he had already seen Zhong Libai's methods. With lightning speed, he had brought the various patriarchs over, and without giving them a chance to contact, he split them up to receive them, scaring and deceiving them, causing the various patriarchs to turn pale white. After that, he allowed the various families to supervise each other. Whoever dared to deceive them would be massacred, and the various families in East Immortal City would obediently hand over their elites. His expression was calm. The life and death aura that was wreaking havoc in his body caused his body to be in a terrible state, and even his voice had become weak. After speaking a few sentences, his strength was lacking, and he could not help but start coughing. But he still needed to be extremely careful and placed most of his attention on placating the restless Origin Force. "They have sent a messenger to deliver a letter to Master." Su Yi handed over a letter and hesitated for a moment, then added, "Their tone is not too good." Zhong Libai released his fist and snorted. He raised his nose and spoke arrogantly. "I have not fallen to the point of making things difficult for these women and children." Tang Tian immediately explained, "I am afraid that you are not familiar with the Sin domain. Nietzsche also spent a long time to—" He shook his head and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind, and walked out of the room. Zhang Libai was already brooding over Su Xiangdong dying under Niechio's hands, and upon hearing Tang Tian mention Niechio, he immediately exploded. "Master, what do you mean by that? Does Master think that I am inferior to that blind man?" He did not feel much during the battle and after the battle. During the battle, the Berserk Origin Force had an even stronger explosive power and impact. When the battle had ended, the Origin Force in his body had been sucked dry, and he was exhausted. Zhang Libai snorted, "Bullshit! They are targeting us." Compared to them, he was a hypocrite and coward. At such a time, another inheritor of ancestor Li had suddenly appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. No wonder Su Ye's expression was so strange. Even Zhang Libai, who was by the side, had a look of astonishment on his face. The only one who could save Su Yi was Su Yi himself. Although the battle in East Immortal City was dangerous, but it also caused his confidence to soar. He had saved all of the Null Division, and had achieved his goal of nurturing through battle, and he had become stronger than before. As expected of a life and death battle, it was always possible for people to improve the fastest. Tang Tian was greatly encouraged. Su Yi did not refute him, and continued. 2 days ago, Purple Cuckoo City sent back news. Someone infiltrated Purple Cuckoo City, and was discovered by Master Niechio, who ordered the Null Division to eliminate the other party. According to our investigations, it should be Su Xiangdong. That's true. The awkwardness on Tang Tian's face was swept away. Any powerhouse that had a conflict with Tang Tian would usually start with small probing attacks, but in the end, they would always lead the wolf into the house. Su Yi coughed lightly. Regardless of whether Master's identity is real or fake, the brothers of the Null Division are still in their hands. Chapter 759. In the confident and powerful Leo constellation, such a military leader was naturally not welcomed. They could obviously win fair and square, so why use such underhanded methods? They could obviously control the entire situation, so why take such extreme risks? Zhang Libai's eyes lit up and said, "Tell me more." Zhang Libai declined to comment, his gaze landing on Yu Tao. For Niechio to be able to bring a group of Null Division to kill a list of powerhouses expert, it was a huge blow to Zhang Libai. After being a prisoner for so long, he knew a thing or two about how powerful the experts on the list of combat power were. "We need more people." Zhang Libai licked his lips, he squinted his eyes, adding on his rigid and rough face. He looked rather sinister. "Seems like we need to snatch people first. Where is the nearest place to us that doesn't have a list of powerhouses expert and people?" The two of them remained silent, digesting Zhang Libai's words. Zhang Libai did not have much expectations for their brains, but they were after all local tyrants and knew much more about the situation in Sin Domain than him. After leaving Tang Tian's place, he pulled the East Immortal Division, who had not completed their training out of the city, and did not bring the Null Division. The Null Division were more trained, but Zhang Libai knew that the Null Division were extremely loyal to the Master, and it was impossible to bypass the Master to command the Null Division. Since that was the case, it was better not to bring them. Furthermore, the Null Division was the Master's flesh and blood. If the Null Division were to suffer huge losses, he would be in trouble. West Wind Camp. Zhang Libai was surprised. He glanced at the map and asked, "Why aren't there any markings? Those big families are too sullen." Zhang Libai's face was filled with disbelief. In Heaven's Road, which of the so-called aristocratic families were not arrogant and despotic? General does not know. Song Qingyu immediately explained, "The West Wind Camp is a bandit group and is rather famous in this region. Although they do not have any grade infamous ones, but they have 7 B-grade infamous ones, so ordinary families do not dare to provoke them. Although they set up checkpoints to collect tolls, but their reputation is still good and rarely take the initiative to kill." Zhang Libai laughed, revealing his white teeth. "Then The West Wind Camp it is. Of course, it was related to the Sin Domain's atmosphere. In the Sin Domain, it was not uncommon for families to be massacred, but at the same time, people with strength were the most important resources. If not for the hatred, they would not have reached such a stage. Generally speaking, the final victor would be decided by the battle between the clan's experts, and not by the number of people. The winner would annex the loser's family, and the loser's family wouldn't put up much resistance. Not much. Song Qingyu explained, most of them are people with low strength. It's difficult for them to make a living in the city, so they can only return to the mountains. These bandit leaders also needed people to order them around, so they were recruited to reclaim the land in the mountains. Sin Domain's 17 cities could not support so many people. These villages were small cities, but the resources they produced were far inferior to the 17 cities. Their lives were much more difficult, but most of these bandit leaders had no great ambitions. They collected tolls and lived a free and unfettered life. In addition, the production is poor, and the big clans are too lazy to deal with them, so there's not much profit to be made. No matter how powerful a battle formation was, it would not work without people. What about the motley crew in front of him? He did not know if Tang Tian would support or oppose his plan. What if he opposed it? He could not go against orders. He still had the qualities of a professional military general. But he did not want to give up on this opportunity, so he took the chance before Tang Tian spoke, and took the initiative to strike. Upon letting go of his thoughts, Zhong Libai's thoughts became like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, recklessly galloping. West Wind Camp. As for the East Immortal Division, in Zhong Libai's eyes, they were just a group of cannon fodder, and no one would say anything even if they were exhausted. Zhong Libai did not have any benevolence in his heart. Compared to Nie Chio's balanced tactics, Zhong Libai's fighting style leaned more towards offense, which he loved and was the only expert in. There were many reasons why he was not valued in the Leo constellation, but the most direct reason was that his fighting style was very wild. This wild was reflected in many aspects. For example, when he fought, he would always stake everything on one throw, or he would never follow the rules, or he would be unscrupulous. Then, aren't the caravans affected? Zhong Libai felt that it was an eye-opener. Other than the Su family in East Immortal City, there were two other large families. One was the Yu family, the other was the Song family. Although the two families did not have a martial artist like Su Xiangdong, who could fight his way into the list of powerhouses, Yu Tao and Song Cheng, you were definitely not inferior to Su Yi. When he heard that it was a stronghold, he thought that there would at most be 2,000 to 3,000 people, but he did not expect for there to be over 10,000. Such a large bandit group was truly surprising. West Wind Camp. But do you think that you are the only one who has gained enlightenment on formations? On the road, facing the Null Division, Zhong Libai was somewhat restrained. In terms of training the Null Division, his performance was far from Nie Chio's. But now he finally had a chance to be completely unrestrained. Zhong Libai thought about it and nodded his head. That's true, no one can take guarding against bandits for 1,000 days. Are there many bandit groups like the West Wind Camp? The two schools did not disappoint the Lion King's expectations and groomed many outstanding military generals for the Leo constellation. But between the two schools, they were absolute enemies. They were like fire and water and would always be compared to each other. Zhong Libai called them over, and without hiding anything, he told them the news and then said, "You guys know the situation now. This time, if we do not have any merits, we will not have the face to return. If you guys have any ideas, tell me." The group was in a mess. If Nie Chio was there, he would definitely frown, but Zhong Libai remained calm. Song Chengyu immediately took out a map, and the 17 Sin Domain cities were completely displayed in front of Zhong Libai. The Sin Domain had already opened up a crescent shape, and the 17 cities were scattered all around. On the map, the 4 main cities were the most eye-catching. They occupied the center of the crescent moon and were the most important places in the entire Sin domain. Zhong Libai released his hand. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and his expression became calm. This is just the beginning, although the blind man ran ahead of me, but I still have a chance. Nietchio was stationed in Purple Cuckoo City and could not leave, but I can take the initiative to attack. The 4 main cities. Song Chengyu introduced. More than half of the martial artists on the list of powerhouses are in the 4 main cities. They have the richest resources there and have the most information channels. The further to the side, the fewer the experts on the list of powerhouses. Losing to the blind man made the proud and arrogant Zhong Libai feel extremely sullen. Tang Tian's tyrannical performance had shocked the entire East Immortal City, and after personally experiencing the terrifying battle, the various families in East Immortal City did not dare to resist Tang Tian. That blind man actually killed Su Xiangdong. Song Chengyu was the first to speak. He looked at Zhong Libai and said, "Not only Sharp Wind City, all the other cities have experts on the list of powerhouses." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Master's goal is not to take down Sharp Wind City, but to save all of the Null Division. That is the final goal. We do not have enough experts, so we will use more people." Yu Tao said, "The entire stronghold has about 10,000 people." Song Chengyu said, Yu Tao looked like a boorish man with a short stature. He only said one sentence, "We have too few people." Zhong Libai was furious. Losing was a small matter. He would not feel any pain even if all of them were sacrificed, but losing face was worse than being killed. Wasn't that the same as being defeated by Nietchio? Half of his anger was because he was angry, but the other half was purposely showing that he had that thought. Thinking about that, Zhong Libai became restless again. Can the formation that I have comprehended handle an expert on the list of powerhouses? But he quickly calmed down. Nietchio had the advantage of defense, and with the help of Gu Shui, Han Bingning, a Maori, and the Null Division's training, they were able to kill Su Xiangdong. He was truly furious, although the two of them had worked together for a short period of time, but he still did not like the blind man. The Raging Inferno Academy and the Lionheart Academy were the 2 highest academies of the Leo constellation, and Leong had placed high hopes on them. From their names, it could be seen that he had named the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword after himself, and named them the Lionheart Academy and the Raging Inferno Academy, hoping that the 2 academies would be as strong as the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. Zhong Libai jumped in shock. "So many? What can we do?" Song Chengyu waved his hands. "All of the A-grade infamous people are extremely powerful. They appear and disappear unpredictably, and all of them are extremely shrewd. The experts in the big families will not waste their time on them, and that will be a waste. They might as well spend money, since to these big families, money is nothing." The East Immortal Division had gathered all the elites of the East Immortal City, and even the elites of the Su family were brought over by him. Su Xiangdong and He Xian's deaths caused the Su family to be on the brink of destruction. Zhong Libai tried to scare and deceive them, saying that only by relying on the master's subordinates would the Su family be able to struggle at death's door, and caused the Su family's elites to be obedient. When he was still a prisoner, Nietchio had already started to organize his army, and even Su Xiangdong had died in his hands. Even though Zhong Libai was furious, but he knew that Nietchio was already ahead of him. Zhong Libai was interested. How many people are there in the West Wind camp? Where are the places with the most list of powerhouses experts? Zhong Libai suddenly asked. "Many," Song Chengyu said. "The 4 main cities are the best resources in the Sin domain, and are all occupied by the 4 main families. The remaining 13 cities are second-class resources. Basically, every city has a big family and a few weaker families, but they are all divided up. The remaining people can only run into the mountains. Furthermore, the big families are waiting for them to open up the wastelands. Whichever bandit group finds any resources deep in the mountains, they can sell it to the big families and immediately earn a fortune. That was how the East Immortal City came to be in the past. That's right, taking the initiative to attack caused the blood in Zhong Libai's body to boil. Do you have a map? Let me see. Zhong Libai said. Zhong Libai asked the two of them a few more questions, and after understanding all of the famous martial artists in the various cities, a brazen plan gradually formed in his mind. They are very shrewd. As long as they look at the trading groups of the big families, they will not touch them and will only find the small and medium-sized trading groups to collect fees. Song Changyu revealed a bitter smile. Unless those Agrade infamous people are tyrants, and even the trading groups of the big families will not give them any face. The big families are usually helpless and might as well pay a yearly fee and lose money to avoid disaster. Zhong Libai felt his vision clearing up. That's right, since they cannot compete in quality, then they will compete in quantity. In terms of training, the East Immortal Division could never compare to the Null Division. And since it is like that, then they will compete in quantity.